This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Hello and welcome to the iRacing Esports Network and the Acuta AOSC Super Series presented by Apex Racing TV. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick and alongside me for this evening's racing is Daniel Leet with Scott Newton on the cameras. We're here for round one of the season. Daniel, it's brilliant to bring the action to the iRacing Esports Network for this upcoming season. And this is a pretty legendary track to start off with. 450 kilometers, 650 kilometers even, around this classic Belgian circuit.
Yeah, good evening, Sam, and all the viewers tuning in. Great to be back with you again. And yeah, you say one of the great tracks on the network, and seriously fun out there for the guys, and really looking forward to seeing what these guys will be able to do, especially with the new V8s around here tonight. And I think we're going to be in for a real treat as far as the endurance racing goes for the V8 supercar.
Absolutely. So 4 hours round this track, or 93 laps. So it'll probably be the 93 laps, probably, seeing that there's a pretty high average speed, but will pretty much take us to the 4-hour time limit. So plenty of racing for you tonight. In terms of the sponsors, I think we've got them up on screen. Acuta Solutions, of course, providing rigging, hardware and safety equipment. Next Level Racing, working on flight cockpits. And of course, we'll be providing a direct drive wheel to a driver in this series. Abruzzi Racewear, providing custom sim racing and real racing gear. Motum Simulations, have VR racing centres all around Australia. Knight Rider Designs who create personal liveries for drivers and teams. Wolf Graphics with their personalised stickers and signs. Sam Blacklock Media, who will be providing all the race highlight photos for this season. And of course, Race Management Service, who will be helping us out for the race control throughout the season. Thanks to all of those guys. A few prizes as well put up by them for this season, and I thoroughly recommend checking out all their products. Currently in qualifying, 30-minute qualifying for these drivers to take part in, and upwards of 50 cars. Of course, this field, Daniel, is so competitive that there's a bit of a cut-off before this session even starts, and only the top 50 teams gets in. And yeah, this is going to be a high-quality field, undoubtedly, and we can see that from the times right now.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a series that's grown in from strength to strength over the last few years, and the participation levels are continuing to expand. So, obviously 50 drivers out here tonight, which is a fantastic field size in itself. But for all the drivers out there, that's a championship they like getting into. It doesn't probably have some of how would you say? You don't need to be as serious in this one, but the racing itself, as a result of that, is up there with the best of them. We see the likes in Scops and that, but for these guys out here, they can sort of shake off the shackles and just go hard out on the circuit.
Definitely, of course, using this V8 supercar, which almost doesn't feel as new as it did, of course, a couple of weeks ago. It was only implemented on iRacing a few weeks ago, and yet I think we've become so accustomed to it. It's difficult to imagine a time before this car, but I think genuinely, Daniel, it's gone down really well. Perhaps some of the hardcore drivers, missing the old V8 supercar, you can understand that after driving it for so many years, but I think it's brought a whole lot more people to this car, and I'm sure a few more people to the series as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the car itself actually provided a really good challenge for all these drivers out here. I mean, a lot of guys very familiar with that old car, as you say, and the setups are pretty well dialed for it, but with the transition over to the new ZB and the Mustang, it's brought a whole range of new thinking on how to get the most out of them, and we're seeing that now with the guys, and as they start seeing their lap times, really finding the limits of these cars.
Definitely. Jordan Ross approaching Eau Rouge. Never gets old seeing this, but all the different camera angles, of course. Got to make sure they don't pick up a 1x on the exit. I was reading through the rules actually earlier on, Daniel, and they are implementing the drive-through penalties, the stop-go penalties for how many incidents you accumulate. I believe it's after 30 incidents that you get a stop-go penalty, and anyone who's done official racing rounds here knows how tricky that can be. So certainly worth keeping an eye out on that if we possibly can, because I mean, a drive-through penalty around this place, around such a competitive field as this is, that could cost you probably 15 odd positions by the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just saw it in the Spa 24-hour race last season, where there was a lot of drivers managed to go off track, myself included, and as a result of that, you get penalised pretty heavily. And something that the series has sort of always worked on is getting the most out of the driver talent and trying to make it as fair as possible. So to see some changes to the penalty system, really great to see, and I think it's going to spice up that race. It's going to make it a little bit more driver focused, where they really need to try and keep these cars on the pavement and provide as quick a time as they can to get up the front.
Definitely. Of course, in these cars, to be fair, it is beneficial to keep it on the circuit, undoubtedly. I mean, Spa, maybe you got a few more tarmac areas, and of course, Acuta as well. I don't believe we are visiting Acuta this season. But this place, yeah, one of the biggest challenges when it comes to off-tracks from the entire championship. So we're down to the last 6 minutes or so, and of course, once the drivers start their final lap time, then they will be able to complete their lap time, which is quite important around a mega long circuit such as Spa. Approximately 140 seconds these lap times, as Corey Preston crosses the line. Currently 10th place for EXG Motorsport Silver, and currently on pole position with us. 2 minutes 17.5 is Cooper Webster for Evolution Racing Team, Pursuit Sim Racing, just on their tail, but that's a decent gap at the moment for the 088 car. Of course, also safety cars in this event, Daniel. Random safety cars as well, along with a few safety cars as well for important events, if there's a car stuck in the middle of the circuit, a safety car will be pulled for that. But yeah, that's an interesting strategy moment. I don't know if you've ever been in any races where that's been the case, but it's something that we don't necessarily see too much on the iRacing service.
Well, yeah, it's I mean, I was fortunate enough to drive in the series quite a few years ago, and the use of the random safety car really does spice up the action and provides a little bit of a challenge there, not knowing where you're going to come in, where it's likely to go, and can you use it to your advantage with a pit stop or something along the lines of that. I think the big thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on, and you touched on it there too, with the safety cars, is the series now has implemented a no escape rule. So for those who don't know at home, if you do have an issue on track where you run into a wall or the car's undrivable, you actually need to call back to race control to get the approval to jump out of the car. Advantage of that is obviously we're going to get a safety car, so we'll see the Acuta AMG Mercedes come out on track, and that'll pace down the field, but it provides that little extra element that obviously there is some penalty or some actions that can happen, and if we do see some serious incidents like we've seen at AMF last week out, we'll see the safety car out there, and that'll really spice up this grid and the field, and have them really thinking about other options of where they can come in for those pit stops and try and gain some sort of an advantage towards the back end.
Yeah, of course, it is a manual safety car, and this is the, no offense to iRacing, we are on the iRacing Esports Network, a couple of little bit temperamental, the automatic safety car, just when it comes to giving wave arounds and such, and so this safety car system really does work very well, and thanks to all the stewards, of course, who give up their time to provide this for us, and of course we've also got live race stewarding, post-race stewarding as well, so any drivers who are a little bit aggrieved and maybe didn't feel like it was dealt with during the race can always protest straight after the event. As Andrew Gilliam at the moment trying to improve on his lap time. I believe this is his 6th lap so far. I believe this is a proper racing lap. He's certainly giving it everything, trying to take a very wide line there. Actually, maybe this is just a preparation lap, trying to open up the circuit, because you do need absolutely every single hundredth you can possibly muster. And this is actually going to be his penultimate lap. He can go for one more after this one if he so chooses, if he's got the fuel to do so. But of course with the new tyre model as well, drivers probably going to find a little bit more grip near the end of these qualifying stints. Going to be able to warm up the tyres that bit more. Anyone who's tried the new tyre model knows how difficult the cars can be on the opening couple of laps. Adam Briggs also out there, 4th place currently for him, needs to improve about half a second in order to challenge for pole position, although just lifting off on this occasion, probably preparing for one last attempt.
Yeah, and I think as you said there, the time model is going to play in a lot here, especially on these opening couple of laps when we come into the race. Obviously everyone's going to be down with the really cold tyres. We don't have an extremely long pace lap here to give the guys an advantage of using the brakes to try and warm the tyre up. So those first few laps are going to be really tricky to see how everyone settles down, and I think we're seeing that here too in the qualifying, is because you're now having to deal with that, the guys potentially are going to start using that tyre pressure to maybe get a little more out of the car, set it up a little higher, try and maybe knock out that lap early on where the tyres are still fresh and can hold the edge, rather than maybe wait till later on and try and build that temperature. So there's a couple of good interesting strategies that'll come into play at the back end of this qualifying session.
Yeah, it will be definitely an interesting element put in by the tyres, and these drivers still a little bit getting used to it. Because anyone who's done the official series, burnout's all of a sudden like a thing for the formation, like just to get a little bit of temperature in the tyres, and of course on the first couple of laps, as you're saying, Daniel, going to be tricky for these drivers. Corey Preston still going at it, P12 currently, all these drivers pretty much going to be onto their last lap. You can see how the cars have to break through Francorchamps. By the way, these guys lapping not too far off GT3 lap times, which is pretty mad considering how much more downforce the GT3 cars have. But these guys manhandling these V8 these V8 supercars around this track as Corey Preston approaches the line, and for now it is a little bit slow. Perhaps another preparation lap there could not improve. Still no one challenging the 088 car of Evolution Racing Team. James Scott now in that car, just trying to extend their lead a little bit more. Brenton Hobson currently in 24th position. For Synergy Sim Racing runs a little bit wide through the final chicane. I think this is going to be his last lap as the timer ticks down for them. Will just about cross the line, which comes up very quickly down this pit straight. And for him, he cannot improve about a second off, although maybe another attempt coming for him. The checker flag is out, and as I said earlier on, all the drivers can complete the lap times that they started. Adam Briggs only a little bit wide through Blanchemont, and he's going to have to give up on this one. The judge just behind, picking up a 1x, of course, invalidating his lap time. So at the moment, not too many signs of the grid order changing.
No, I think we'll probably see a lot of the guys now starting to close down the laps. We've still got a couple of drivers pushing on. Looks like Adam Gilliam and the 777 still going around as well. Likewise, Matt Stratford starting to come up on a little bit of traffic, so we'll keep an eye and see whether this is going to impede him on the run into the bus stop there. And you can see that Mach 1 car just stepping aside to allow enough racing room, and he'll get his lap completed. And we'll keep an eye on the times too, because he potentially could jump up the grid here.
Yeah, Stratford going into 21st position there. Guy Leach at the 11th place. A little bit of movement just above him. That may have been the 209 car just moving up to 8th place on the grid. I mean, if this could be pole position from Guy Leach, this would be pretty epic. He approaches the line, 18.6. His current personal best, he does an 18.8. Of course, this the track getting a little bit warmer as this session goes on. It's 13 minutes past 10 in the morning. And so the track temperature increasing a little bit may just be compromising these guys' best lap times. Although the tire model isn't too, or isn't as affected by the hot temperatures as we have seen in the past. James Scott just going to try to extend that advantage that he's currently got. The Evolution Racing Team, as everyone else gives in. He crosses the line, and it's a 19.5, so a little bit further off, perhaps just doing some last moment practicing for this event. And that seems to be pretty much everyone across the line. So yeah, 4 hours in the prospects. Of course, the first lap, when you got 50-odd cars as we do round here, Daniel, it's going to be tricky, and especially around this sparse circuit, you got the turn one straight away, which can cause many issues if you just have one driver who perhaps locks their brakes and cause a little bit of a bowling pin effect. And then, of course, we've got Eau Rouge as well, and of course the Lecumbe Straight, which is surprisingly narrow as well. It's going to be a tricky first lap for these guys to deal with for the season.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight lap for everyone having to get out and go on with it. But, I mean, these drivers have been around each other for quite a few seasons in the AOSC, so I don't think we'll see a lot of bumping and rubbing as they try and make their way up through Eau Rouge to start off. I think the biggest thing that we're going to have to keep an eye on, as we said a bit earlier, is that tyre model and how they can go with trying to get the power down, especially out of the source here and working their way through for the
Just waiting for the timer to tick down before we'll be able to take to the grid. We'll be able to go through the first qualifying standings of the season and how the grid will line up. So it's Evolution Racing Team then on pole position, 3.5 tenths clear of Pursuit Sim Racing, which compared to the rest of the field is a handy advantage for them. Evolution Racing Team starts in third place. That's the 143 car. Then it's DPR Racing. Mach 1 Esports Pink, Mach 1 Esports Blue starting alongside each other on the third row of the grid. There's Evolution Racing Team 027, Zuva Racing, Pursuit Sim Racing number 3, Middle Finger Racing, Injectors Online Racing, EXG Motorsports, DPR Racing 2, Premier Racing Team, High Torque Racing, Team Hyperdrive, KRF, the driver's seat, Synergy Sim Racing, and Evolution Racing Team, and Mach 1 Esports Green. Running out the top 20, the rest of the drivers and the teams will go through for you now. Of course, 3 driver swaps at a minimum around this circuit. So, and a maximum of 65% of the laps can be completed by one driver, 2 driver teams for this event. And so, watch out particularly in these opening stint, whether we see any drive changes or perhaps drives will continue. As the final few drives just about to get on the grid. Of course, watch right at the back because some of these drives are going to be starting almost at the final chicane. Always very difficult to negotiate that. And of course, as we've been talking about in the past, La Source could be a point of trouble for these drivers. Got to be very careful on the brakes, undoubtedly. Otherwise, disaster could spell. Just got 940 car who pops onto the grid. Think we are almost going to be ready for this opening round of the AOSC Super Season. As Michael Tajančić we see just lining up on the grid. It's him versus James Scott on the front row of the grid. Season is about to get underway.
Green, green, green.
And away we go for 4 hours of racing at Spa. James Scott with a very promising start. Pulls away from Tajančić, who might be under pressure from behind going into turn 1. Carl Stokes down the inside. That's a very good move from the 143 car. Everyone staying very careful going into La Source. We've got 3, maybe even 4 wide further down the order with drivers running a little bit wide. However, it's pretty good perseverance from the majority of them. So, up the hill we go for Eau Rouge the first time. Stokes getting ahead of Tajančić. Harbour getting ahead of Briggs as well. That's a good start for the Mach 1 Esports pink car. And crucially, Scott making a tiny bit of gap, couple of tenths of a second, going onto the straight. And he should be okay from that slipstream effect on this opening lap of the race.
Yeah, great jump from both the Evolution cars, getting up first and second. Harley Haber with a nice move up into third at the end of the Camel Straight there. So look for Harley to try and get up towards the front. He's been a driver that's come on in recent seasons and always puts on a good show. But surprisingly for the ERT boys, I mean, not surprisingly, we know they're the best at it. They got away exceptionally well, and we're seeing already now the double eight of James Scott already starting to gain a little bit of an advantage over teammate Kyle Stokes there. So we'll keep an eye on that. Haber with the lights flashing, trying to make a move happen early on, and he's really going for it now.
Yeah, he's got a bit of adrenaline behind him seemingly, as running wide, crucially, goes Stokes, and Haber might just be through here. What an opening lap this is for the Mach 1 Esports pink driver, and straight away putting his team into a superb position, up 3 places from his start. Tajančić down a couple. Good start for Zuba Racing 209, moving up to a 6th place already. Also Jamie Stovall for the Team Hyperdrive up into 13th place from 16th on the grid. So a little bit of changing, however, not too many drivers losing out big time. A little bit of a poor start for Blake Delaney, if he has taken the starts at all, as drivers going to have a decent chance into the chicane, one of the best overtaking spots on this entire circuit. Brian Borg currently trying to look down the inside. Here he goes on the brakes, and that is a comfortable move seemingly for him. His opponent not being able to run round the outside. That's another place gained.
Yeah, it's going to be a strong point. We see some carnage in the background there. We'll have to cut back to a replay and see who was involved in that. But I picked up one of the Mach 1 Esports cars and a few other guys, so we'll check what's happened there. But Borg with a big run down into the bus stop chicane. And like you say, I think we will see a huge amount of passing there, and potentially even guys maybe using it to set up for the run into turn 1.
Yeah, can certainly be the case. This is how this big collision happens. So it started off with Brinson O'Brien, at least that we're following here for Evolution Racing Team. Oh, there's just a little bit of a tap from behind, and drivers just piling in straight behind. Of course, a couple of faster pairs available for these drivers, so hopefully we'll see them back out onto the circuit if they do have to pit at all. Side by side through Lecum. Brian Borg, still some really good pace for him right now. Trying to get past Jay McKnight. He's had a little bit of a tricky start, has the 27 car for Evolution Racing Team. And he's being hounded by Borg along with probably about 5 other drivers straight behind as well.
Yeah, they're down a couple of spots there for McKnight in the 27, down 3 spots. But I mean, we're only 3 minutes into a 4-hour event here, so knowing how ERT work, they'll play themselves in for the long game, and we'll see them move further forward towards the front, especially once Cooper Webster jumps in that car as well. But to try and keep the cars as clean as possible is going to be the key here, and all these guys just giving enough room to allow everyone to get through. Borg still pushing hard up 3 spots from where he started, so he's one of the bigger movers up inside or just outside the top 10 at the moment, and continuing his run forward.
Probably the winner from the first 1.5 laps of this race is Glenn Post. We've got an incident a little bit further back. David Miller, who was running in 33rd place at the start of this lap for RRT LeBlanc. Seemingly getting into a bit of a collision there. So I've seen a couple of tags, as you kind of assume with this 50 car field, everyone's so evenly matched. And just a couple of incidents so far. But yeah, Glenn Postal Waits gaining 18 places for Synergy Sim Racing already. He's up into 22nd position as we speak. So pretty miraculous start from him. Apart from that, not really anyone gaining more than about 5 places. Also, David Kimmen for Pursuit Sim Racing. Nice start from 28th on the good. He's up 9 places. The drive starts lap 3 of this event. Fastest lap of the race for James Scott Alston Ladies. Got a 1.3 second advantage.
Here we are at the front there. You can see the car there of James Scott continuing on. There's a little bit of a train starting to form up behind Kyle Stokes as well. Michael Taliancic only a few tenths of a second behind, so could look to be putting a move on. Obviously, we saw him start on the outside of row 1 there, falling down a few spots, but the car looking pretty well. You can see a little bit of a bobble just on the run in through Lacombe there, and I think probably just setting up for the long run. The tyres are still working up to temperature. You can see Stokes with that lock up there, and all these guys, when they run against each other week in, week out, and they're continuing to find the limits of where they can and can't stick these cars.
That last lap Stokes about 1.6 seconds slower than the race leader, so losing big amounts of time side by side into Puon. Nick Coulson, is he going to understeer into his rival? No, but now going to lose another position, seemingly, is Misdale perhaps to Ackland, who just in the end backed out of it. Don't want to go side by side too much around this part of the circuit. Certainly some better opportunities later on in the track. The HTR, High Torque Racing driver, doing losing 1 position so far, but I mean everyone from 7th place all the way back to the back of this pack, pretty much all in a chain, all in each other's slipstreams. Only 10 seconds off the lead at the moment as well is Nick Coulson, so not too much time lost in these opening stages.
No, and that'll be the thing. These guys will try and just hang around as close as possible. You can see Coulson there with a little bit of an off-track excursion, but that won't impact him too much. But they'll try and stay as close as possible. Obviously, we will still see the safety car come out later on, and no doubt we're potentially going to see it for some other incidents, maybe a few indiscretions along the way. But all in all, if the guys are able to keep as close as possible, it's really going to play in later on. And keep an eye on that. You hear a little bit of contact there.
Ooh.
I think that was
That's
a couple
Thompson.
of those.
Thompson's got back underway quite quickly for KRF. It's just going to be another tap. Guy Leach just in front of him. I feel like Thompson's probably just outbraked himself here. Can't get the car stopped. Oh dear. Well, that's just different braking spots there. Guy Leach pretty fortunate there because there was some secondary and thirdly contact on his rear corner. And that can easily damage that wheel, but fortunately not head on. So can carry on, can Guy Leach, but that's a great disappointment before it drops down to 14th place after that. About 5 places lost. We've got another spinner just in the background, and that is Postlethwaite, the driver who had gained about 20 positions straight from the start. Well, if there's any good moment for this, he's going to be back where he started pretty much. But all that fantastic work from the Synergy Sim Racing team has been undone, and he might lose another position here. Will he back out to it? Potentially dirt still on his tyres. He gets the car stopped, and the Holden driver might just be able to move ahead side by side into No Name Corner. And yeah, moving down 1 extra position there to Kenneth Latzer.
Yeah, and we're just seeing too from race control, Kenneth Leiter will get a penalty as a result of that collision earlier on with Brenton O'Brien as well. So new thing for the race control this season, and for all the viewers out there, you will get little notifications up on the screen as race control are managing the situation and finding or getting drivers and issuing those penalties along the way as required. But we'll keep an eye on that. Mark Samuel doing a good job down a couple of spots in the Mark 1 Esports car at the moment. He's just sitting in the 8th position, but he's got John Latham and Jamie McKnight, Brian Borg, all starting to close up on the back of that car.
Yeah, he was a little bit offline earlier on in the lap, was Mark Samuel, and it's not looking a whole lot come to a forum that you do not want to spend 4 hours defending like he's having to at the moment. But it's not the easiest car to overtake in this. It's so we've got a bit of side by side just further back. I think that might be Taliancic, perhaps going for a move. Apologies, I think that's one of the other Evolution drivers. Brian Borg and Ruben Goodall just going a little bit side by side. They might even be side by side going into Arusha. You can just see them in the background. And I think it's Borg who's just about one out there, but they're now in a pretty tight battle with Jamie Stolvold as well. Trying to get the slipstream off one another. Here we are. Team Hyperdrive into Lacoon. They've already lost so much time to the drivers just ahead. Others are going to be contact. They leave each other space. Storyboy trying to move ahead as well. Squeezing him on the apex there was Ruben Goodall, but it's made it work for him. And now Borg has got to be careful from Stovold as well. Good defensive driving there, but that is incredible. They've already lost 2 seconds to Jamie McKnight up the road, and that was, what, 3 corners of fighting.
Yeah, it was surprising. I mean, this attack started all the way on the run into 1, and you saw Brian go very defensive there. And for the run all the way down to 7, I mean, they did lose a huge amount of time while they were squabbling over that. And looks like Stovall setting himself up for a good run here. And then just behind these guys, you've got Nick Coulson just lining up, about ready to have a go. A couple of other guys, Daniel Misdale and Daniel Auckland too, not too far behind this scrap as well. So if the guys up ahead, Brian Borg and Ruben Goodall, continue to fight and get the shoulders out, we could see this group grow into a 6-car train pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they seem to have the pace to catch up to the leaders as well. Oh, Harley Haber made a move for the lead. He has. So he's got ahead of James Scott. A mistake from James Scott then. And all of a sudden, this race has turned on its head. He led by over a second. And suddenly I looked at the timing screen, which of course you can check out via the SDK Gaming website or the live timing link in the description. And Harley Habert now leads this event, the car number 21, Mac 1 Esports Pink. And was it a slowdown? Can you pick up a slowdown there?
Yeah, I think he's had the slowdown on the run out through turn 16. So just on the exit of Stavilo, running out to get the run through Blanchimont, probably just gone a little bit wide over that curb. It's very easy to do, especially in these cars. It's not going to want to turn as much through the high speed, and very easy to get that move done. But a smart driving from Haber to get on with it and push around the front.
Yeah, quick driving there from Haber. Oh, that's a big slide for him here. Seems like no one's ultimately comfortable out there. Just looking at James Scott's incidents so far, how many times he has actually gone on the circuit. That was his first off-track of the race. How costly it has proven. However, he's straight away caught back up to the back of Harley Habert. These guys 4 seconds clear of the 143 of Carl Stokes, followed by Alan Binks and Thomas Hines, rounding out the top 5 at the moment. It's the race starting to settle down a little bit, perhaps. We're getting some patterns now with chains of cars forming. Not quite as many overtakes as we saw earlier on. By the way, in terms of the Samuel battle, he's actually already caught back up to McKnight and Latham, so that gap was nothing. Went up to 2 seconds. And I think in a period of about 2 laps, it's gone through all of that, and now it's mega close again, down to 0.3 of a second. I think McKnight may have got past Latham as well. So that's a move for the Evolution Racing team past the Middle Finger Racing. And now, once again, this little pack has been reformed. McKnight's actually at the head of it now, with Corey Preston just a little bit further up the road.
Yeah, McKnight's been just able to get himself a little bit of breathing room here, which is going to help, especially as the guys behind start punching up again and battling. But Samuel's not doing too well. Like I say, only 4 spots down, but still very, very early days. He's looking pretty racy, though, it must be said, against John Latham. And you see him just sneaking the nose down the inside. I think that's actually compromised him there. And we could see him potentially lose a spot to Ruben Goodall just behind on the exit.
Yes, struggling right now is the 04 car. As I think we may have just seen Carl Stokes, well, under big pressure at least, from Adam Biggs. Also, Scott Gamble coming into the pits. That's a little bit of a early decision from him. Maybe having to fix some damage, or maybe for an alternate strategy. I thought these guys would go as far as they possibly could, but mixing it up there is Gamble. Briggs going to try to mix it up himself here. He needs double the slipstream effect in order to get past. You can see just barely any challenge being made, both massively sliding on entry. Incredible to see how we've seen the race leader go through Leclerc in a similar fashion. These guys leaving nothing on the table in terms of saving tyres, in terms of keeping them cool. Not too much worries put up by these drivers, because they are 5 seconds off the lead. They can still see the race leaders just ahead who are fighting amongst themselves. In fact, James Scott has got back into the lead then. He's got back past Harley Haber. That is another change for the lead then. I think that must have happened maybe into Leclerc on this lap. So now the second change of lead of this race, and James Scott, after that mistake, has retaken that position. Of course, only 0.2 of a second ahead of Haber, so it'd be fantastic to get a replay of how this change happened. But it's difficult to call a winner out of these two at the moment. And Scott's and Harbour have been absolutely evenly matched so far. Stokes and Briggs still in third and fourth, fighting hard. Hin's just pulling away a little bit from Taliancic, who was notorious for his fuel-saving abilities. This is what happened then, so not too much defence put up by Harley Haber. Letting James Scott go pretty easily. Scott back up into the lead. Almost seemed as though once Haber got the lead, he was struggling to really keep Scott behind. Was about 0.8 of a second slower than Scott once he got past on each of his laps that he led. But you can see now that he's back behind Haber much closer. That's not probably the slipstream effect, like I was saying before. Not a big effect in this car by any means, but just that ability to see the car ahead really does help a lot. Matt Muggleston in this vast queue at the moment. This the battle in the 30th positions.
Yeah, I was going to say too, Matt Muggleton with a little bit of damage on that front right corner of his car, or left corner of his car as well. So a little bit of contact earlier on doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much. He is a few spots down from where he started overall, but not too far behind. He's in a pretty big chunk of cars, as you say. Potential here that he could find himself, depending on how things play out, all the way up towards the top 10 here. So this is pretty much from, 20th down through to 31st. So a lot of room to move up those positional gains.
Everyone in a queue right now, pretty much from Josh Morgan in 29th place, as Lee just gets past Sharp, by the way. That's for 35th position. Those two a little bit side by side. Lee eventually getting past, also Cloet getting past Stevens as well. Of course, many great battles. We kind of need 3 or 4 cameras just to focus on everything that's currently going on out on circuit. And with the safety cars as well being implemented later on, this is pretty much how exciting it's going to be for the rest of the race. All 4 hours of it, most likely. Lap 8 of this race. 93 maximum, so about a 12th into the event. So yeah, should probably still get to that 4-hour race mark, across 650 kilometers. This is the first round of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. And so far, it has been a fantastic comeback for the championship. with a few changes for lead and action going on all the way down the order. So I side again with a Guy Leach trying to get past Daniel Misdale, who's very slow on the inside there. Misdale is passed by Ackland and Leach there. By the way, another poor lap from Mark Samuel. He's down 8 places now from his start. He's down into 14th place. He's down into 15th place now because he's just been no second ahead. And that is Sean Thompson. He was trying to overtake Samuel. And this is a frustrating time right now for the 092 car of Sean Thompson, KRF, because he was running up in the top 8 earlier on, got tagged around through no faults of his own, and now has been involved in another spin.
Yeah, that's going to hurt him, especially towards the end of this stint. Obviously, the spins are going to damage those tyres, and he'll ultimately lose grip in the long run. But yeah, not doing himself many favours at the moment. But I know how good a driver Sean is. He'll work his way back up towards the field throughout the course of this race. And there's a long way to go still for these drivers. We're only on lap 9 and 93, so plenty of time and room for him to come up. Obviously, if he can maintain that spot and stay on that lead lap when the safety cars do drop, he should be able to find himself working back up onto the field and potentially even gaining a few spots as a result. But we'll keep an eye on that. But he's got a lot of work to do now, just going to have to resettle those nerves and get back underway. Further down the field, though, Sean Linsell, he's got Dave Miller in the double R car just behind, and also Josh Morgan as well. Matt Muggleton getting back up into the fight there as well. So this little scrap sitting down around the 25th position at the moment, and down to almost 30th at the moment. So these guys really close together as far as outright pace goes.
Yeah, and Glenn Postlethwaite as well, just ahead of these guys. I think getting past pretty much all these drivers. He was in this pack earlier on, because he gained 18 places in the first 3 laps or so, then dropped back, lost probably about 15 of those places, and he's regained about 10 of them since then. So energetic race fun. I imagine some drivers won't pull off as many overtakes in this entire 4 hours as he has in the first 20 minutes. But here he is once again for CMG Sim Racing, trying to gain another position. This would be Wayne Taylor, number 555, and he's showing his nose a lot, and rounds goes Taylor, and he's stuck in the middle of the circuit here. Is this going to be contact? It is. And that's going to be big damage now for his tyre. Now, can he get back to the pits, or is that a blown engine even? I thought I saw a bit of smoke. That could have been just some gravel being sprayed up, but we'll see if he is stranded there, then that could potentially be a safety car in order to be produced. We'll hang on a minute. But yeah, massive issues there.
Yeah, definitely. We'll need to keep an eye on that. Looks like he has exited back to pit lane.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there was approval given, so that could potentially lead to a penalty later on. But we will see the safety car deployed. The battle up front will be neutralised as a result of that. But see these guys still pushing on until we get the up towards behind that safety car. So this will be interesting to see what strategies now start unfolding and whether we see guys potentially looking to come in and take those early stops.
So this is really interesting. Good thinking from the drivers who have just come into the pits, because they realise that they can get basically a free pit stop by pitting before the safety car. And now they are going to be able to come back up to the back of the front runners. And this could be a big advantage for them potentially. I'm not 100% familiar with the rules. Are the front runners allowed to pit on this lap?
Yeah, I'm just ducking back through the rulebook just to make sure on that. The other thing I did want to just quickly check is with the no escape rule. So we'll have to check to see whether there was confirmation given, but that potentially could lead to a DQ for the event and some race point issues later on. But we'll wait to see what race control deem that. As for the pit stops, I'm just cycling back through. I have a feeling that the guys should be right to come down the lane. So look for a lot of these guys to all hit the lane. Obviously, they'll want to get back as quick as possible to try and mitigate those guys that have stopped earlier on before they all bunch up behind that safety car. So it's going to be really interesting. A lot of work going to be going on down the lane, and we're potentially going to see a few driver changes too here.
Yeah, of course, driver change, a little bit extra time potentially for the pit stop, so worth serving that right now. Although with the pack so close at the moment, of course, that's going to lose you a lot of track position. So let's see what the drivers do. We expect them all in. I agree with you, Daniel. I didn't see anything in the rules about you not being able to pit. However, staying out, Harley Haber. And this is fantastic. I'm always a big fan of people going for the out there strategy. This is still early on in the race. We're going to have some more safety cars. We're going to have a few more pit stops yet to go. And so we shouldn't pretend that the whole race is going to be decided on this. However, one of these too many places earlier on of Haber staying out, didn't have too much to gain, was already in second place. And ambitious strategy undoubtedly for him. He will take the lead. Question is, who will be in second place? It was Evolution Racing Team 088 car who were in the race lead. Pretty sure, I wonder if they'll stay ahead of their teammates, the 143 car and the DPR Racing 1 car as well. And if we get some variance in terms of the pit lane times. Carl Stokes seemingly still ahead of his rivals then. Long pit stop for Cooper Webster out there. 31 seconds for Webster. Apologies, that is the 088 car, so they've lost out to the former race leaders then with a 7-second longer pit stop. And they have dropped down. So was Webster in that car previously, or have they gone for a gyro change? They have gone for a gyro change, so that might explain why they had a bit of a longer pit stop. So now that means that car number 46, car number 143, Carl Stokes, will be in the effective race lead.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I'm watching up and down the lane as there's a lot of guys that did come in for that stops, and we're seeing a lot of driver changes going on. Obviously the 027 McKnight exiting that car, Stuart Vaughan in as well. So all these guys coming through getting some pretty good stops. The pit stop times varying quite a bit. We're seeing a few guys just doing some short fuel tyre stops and around the 3 to 4 second range of fuel. Obviously only 11 laps in the books here. Not a lot of fuel is going to be burnt through these cars as yet, so they'll get those knocked over pretty quick. But for the guys that do change, potentially looking at maybe some tyres along the way, which you're going to be able to cover off with those driver changes as well, which is not a bad idea, and that's actually going to set them up really well. So potentially Haber could find himself in a little bit of trouble here off the restart.
Will these are you familiar with how much the tyres cool down when you're behind a safety car? Will all that heat go? And seeing that they are a bit worn, they'll be more tricky to heat up, or is that not too much of a worry for Haber? Because we see that in real life motorsports all the time.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too much of an issue. He should be able to get the tyres back up to temp early. The issue is going to come in the overall grip as he builds those tyres, though. We're going to see the likes of Guy Leach there coming through the lane. Actually, Guy Leach didn't take tyres, so the first of our drivers that did take tyres effectively, Kyle Stokes, he's going to be in the best position once those tyres do heat up, but he's got between himself and Harley Haber 4 other cars to deal with. So we'll keep an eye on that, because I wouldn't be surprised if he actually finds himself storming through this field pretty quickly early on.
Yeah, Harbour, Leach, Anson and Preston. Preston's come into the pit, so it's a late decision from him to come in. Both of the Prestons, that's going to be confusing. Thanks, guys. New to the series, and we've got two drivers with the same surname. But they are both into the pits. Corey Preston for his second pit stop of the race, I believe, which is quite strange. It's going to drop him way down. Yeah, second pit stop of the race. Don't know if this is some kind of penalty maybe that you served earlier on, but going to be a lot of time lost for him. Just trying to see if anyone really gained from pitting particularly early out there. I don't think there are too many gainers out there. We saw a few drivers coming in straight away when they kind of spotted the safety car would be deployed. I don't think they're getting too much time, seeing that everyone was able to continue at a normal racing speed. The safety car released after the front runners passed. And so we'll just wait for everyone else to get in line, and then probably at the end of this lap, potentially, we will get back underway. Yeah,
I'm really interested to see how the likes of Guy Leach and Nathan Anderson are going to be able to go on the restart. Nathan Anderson up as a result of all those stops coming through 29 spots. So he's well out of sequence at the moment, but take nothing away from him. Him and the PRT guys doing a fantastic job in the Mustangs. Recently switched over into the V8s, and they're coming on exceptionally strong. They have a lot of GT knowledge, so applying what they've learnt there into the V8s, which is great to see.
So it seemed like going onto this lap, there was a little bit of a gap. Maybe just trying to think whether or not drivers would catch up. So the 26 car, the SSF Henright Racing team, got quite a bit of drift. Thinking whether they'll catch up by the end of this lap. Here they are, going through a Rouge, going much faster, 90% speed. The drivers are expected to catch up to the pace car at. You can see there's a little bit of a car ahead of them. That might well be the Tanks SRT T2 team, just ahead of them. Also, Brinton O'Brien, who came in very early. I thought he was going to be a massive gainer. However, I think he may have pitted twice as Brinton O'Brien, because he pitted just before the safety car was announced. He has pitted twice. Do we know why drivers would have pitted twice? That seems very strange, unless they're getting a driver swap out of the way.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Brenton involved in that earlier incident with, I believe it was Mark Samuels. So, actually, was it Mark Samuels? No, Latham. And they had some issues there, and probably came in and got that resolved to get back underway. So, but for the guys that probably come in earlier as well, I think would have been as a result of the penalties and issues, and obviously trying to clear that early race contact was probably the biggest thing out there.
So here we are then, leaving a nice gap is Harley Haber. Before we get underway, car number 21, Mach 1 Esports Pink. It's his decision when to go here. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. Everyone behind him from 4th place down on fresh tyres. We are about to get underway. The car number 21 starting lap 13 of this race. We are back underway in the Acuta AOSC Super Series. And the top 3, surprisingly, absolutely fine. Carl Stokes failing to make too much of an impression straight away. Nathan Anderson, he starts it down in 32nd position. Already up into 3rd place, not changing tyres, so he is going to be under big pressure. Watch out for some moves perhaps going into Lake Coombe, but these drivers on the old tyres, they're getting up to temperature at a decent rate. Side by side with Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing. So he just lost a position right there. I think he did, to Cooper Webster, yeah.
Yeah, correct. And the big advantage too we're going to see from the guys out at the front, like the Harley Haber, Leach and Anderson, is they're running obviously on the older tyres, but they've got less fuel in the tank as well. So the outright top speed of those cars is going to be a little bit better than the likes of Kyle Stokes, Hinds and Webster, who are obviously new tyres but full of fuel now. So I think we'll start to see at the back end of this lap be a bit neutralised. The guys off the back of the field, the SSF car, unfortunately not able to get up to the train, and he's a little bit further down, about starting his run through the camel with the back of the train just at the end of that straight. So a few guys not quite able to get it up, but for the rest of the field, the racing coming on pretty tight. No issues either for all these guys following that restart as well.
Yeah, not the case of the old saying, safety cars breed safety cars. Instead, very good driving from these guys straight away. Jack Widers, this is a bit of a queue forming up at the moment. He's behind Ross Thalen, who hasn't come into the pits. And Thalen's going to be very wide. He's almost missing the corner here. Manages to get back onto the circuit before the grass takes effect. But when you're on these old tyres, you kind of just want to run your own race. You're not going to be able to keep the drivers behind for too long. And so mistakes like that will be very frustrating, undoubtedly for him. I say, he goes here at the corner, where the incident that produced the safety car was committed. I think we're going to have to go back up to the top 3 because Stokes is right back onto the rear wing of Nathan Anderson. As we've got side by side, this is Stokes round the outside, having to defend from Thomas Hines. Hines driving superbly at the moment, and this would be for, well, don't know what we consider as the virtual race lead. The race lead out to the drivers who have pitted at least, but now Hines is having to go defensive against another one of his rivals, Cooper Webster, who was in the lead. At least his team was in the lead earlier on, the Evolution Racing team. And has he been able to get that move done? Yes, he has. So that's really good news for Evolution Racing team, because they've now got a first, second out of the drivers who have pitted, and they can perhaps work together a little bit now, as Stokes has got a really good run through Eau Rouge and Radion. Gap down to 1.5 tenths of a second. He pulls out. Going to try to get past Nathan Anderson. Anderson doesn't defend, but he's very good on the brakes. And these guys are getting held up at the moment. They're already 4 seconds off the race lead.
Yeah, they're being a little bit bottled up here by the likes of Guy Leach and Nathan Anderson, but each to their own. The guys out the front, they're doing a fantastic job, not putting a foot wrong, and ultimately really making Stokes, Webster, Hins and Latham work for getting those positions, which is what we want to see out there. We don't want to see the guys just rolling over and allowing the quicker guys to come through, but they're doing it nice and fair, which is great to see, and I'm sure Race Control are going to be loving watching this. You can see Kyle Stokes trying to get the nose down the inside, not quite there. A lot of scuffage down the side of that car as well, so he's been in a little bit of contact early on, but the ERT boys putting on a good show. Hins working ever hard just to try and gain another spot there just behind in that Zuba entry.
This pack going back to Andrew Dyson in 9th place. Hobie Stewart, who we haven't talked about too much so far, with a slightly longer pit stop, of course, for Pursuit Sim Racing. He's about 1.3 seconds further behind. So here we are then. About to complete lap 2 since the safety car came into the pits. And they really do need to get these moves done nice and quickly, because Stokes under massive pressure from his teammate and coach. Still can't get past though at the moment, Stokes. And are we going to see Webster moving ahead past his teammate? They're side by side through the second part of the chicane. Good room left by the teammates. And has Webster being able to pull ahead here? I think this is going to work out for him. Down the inside he goes, and he's already gained 3 places. What a start this is for Cooper Webster. In 2 laps he's passed 3 drivers who are all at the very much race challengers for this race win. And yet he's been able to negotiate each one of them very impressively. Anderson running very wide, and this is going to be a sitting duck now. He's going to be overtaken by at least one. He might even be overtaken by a couple, although to be fair, Stokes not close enough. Incredible this from Cooper Webster. He's gone from 7th to 2nd in just 3 laps, and that is comfortable on the brakes. Finally gets past Nathan Anderson, and you can see Guy Leach literally just a couple of seconds, oh well, a couple of tenths ahead.
I'm really surprised too just how much of a gap the top 10 have been able to extend. Job Stewart in 10th position. He's got himself a 4.3 second gap over Daniel Misdale in the 73. So this top 10 really extending, even with all this racing going on. They're gaining a lot of position out on track. You see Stokes going around the inside. He should get this move likewise up front. Leach and Webster switching positions as well. So Webster's going to get the headlights on. He'll be going forward and trying to get up to Harley Haber. Both these guys are real world racers in Australia here, and they certainly know how to hustle a car around.
So 4 seconds separates Haber and Webster then. So we're on lap 15 of the race. Kane Newsom for Team Hyperdrive had a longer pit stop, I believe. Yeah, really long pit stop. Apologies, that was for Marlon McCullen just ahead. To be fair, Houston had a pretty long pit stop as well, perhaps taking tyres, unlike some of the other drivers out on circuits. But yeah,
I'd expect McMullen too. He'll work his way into this run. He's a very accomplished driver in these cars and series, and himself and Borg running the number 1, defending champs in the Endurance Cup, I believe. So they're pushing on well. You can see a slide in the background of Sean Thompson, who we saw have those earlier issues, and that safety car came out perfect for him. And he's now working on the back of Stuart Vaughan in the 27 ERT car as well. So just goes to show where these safety cars fall out. If you do have a little bit of untimely luck, you can certainly claw your way back up into the fight.
Yeah, Thompson actually lapping faster than the race leader that last tour round. Just shows the pace he's got. I think it was a personal best lap of the event. Carl Stokes gets past Guy Leach. It's kind of what we expected, of course. But it took a while for Stokes. Was pretty much on the back of Leach for a while. Well, actually, he was on the back of Anson. He's dropped down to 9th place already. Once one got past him, pretty much all of them got past him. But he's got a little bit of a gap back to Daniel Misdale as he gets overtaken by Hobie Stewart. So will be able to run his own race at least momentarily. That alternate strategy certainly could work out for these drivers. Are we aware of how long the fuel will go for these guys, Daniel? Do we have an idea of how many minutes they'll be able to complete? Will they be able to pull off a 3-stop and go 1 hour for each stint?
I don't think the guys will quite get the hour mark. I haven't actually run a full length of fuel in these vehicles as well. I know a lot of the viewers in the chat will certainly be able to give us that info, and I can certainly double check that while we're finding out. But I think they'll probably come reasonably close, but the big thing will be where do the safety cars call in, because I've no doubt these guys will be looking at every opportunity to take the tyres and fuel and open up those alternate strategies later on within the race.
Guy Leach still staying ahead of Andrew Gilliam and Thomas Hines. Lathan Tyson just going to be on the back. Once you get held up by a car for a couple of corners, really does invite others to the pack. However, Leach going to lose 2 places right here. Really not his race too much for Guy Leach, although he did start in 11th place. Of course, did the Injectors Online racing driver. He's just going to let these next couple of guys go as well. Deep on the brakes, actually, is Lathan, almost making contacts at that corner. Maybe even had an incident earlier on there. Could Lathan, but not on that occasion. And Leach losing a couple more places down into 8th place after running as high as 2nd earlier on.
Leach has got a mirror full of Job Stewart behind, and you can see both those drivers chasing each other along the track. Just behind that, you got McMullen, Hewison and Misdale working their way up onto this train as well. So if you guys getting a little out of sequence, Leach struggling to get the nose of that Injectors Online car pointed in towards the corner there, but able to maintain this position for now in 9th. Further back, Dave Kidman sitting in 19th. He's got Daniel Ackland just ahead for the Synergy Sim Racing team. And these guys both working their way up through the field. Ackland, still sitting in the 18th position, about where he started. Kinwan, up 9 spots from where he started. So coming on well for Shoot Racing and Dave Kidman there.
Yeah, Ackland's pretty much staying in that position for the majority of this race. He was running as high as, I think, about 14th place earlier on. About 20 seconds off the lead for these drivers at the moment. They've got a postal weight. Apologies, I'm paying a lot of attention to Glenn out here. But 1, he's got a superb name. And 2, he's gained a lot of places. He's up 24 places now, up into 16th place. So I don't know what happened to him in qualifying. But clearly, it was quite disappointing for him because he's been very quick in this, up 24 places, up into 16th place at the moment. Kieran, though, for Pursuit Sim Racing, I don't think he's going to be close enough for a move into the chicane. Of course, Blancsham on a corner in GTE cars, for example, and Creator type cars, which isn't really a corner. Single-seaters as well, not really a corner. In this thing, certainly a place where you can gain a lot of time. Of course, a very easy place to pick up a 1X. Fortunately, we do have access to all the incidents that the drivers accumulate, and of course, if they get 30 incidents, then they will get a penalty. I think if it's 65, I think they get another penalty. I think they get 80, then they get disqualified from the event. So you really do not want to mess around with that whatsoever. as Misdale gets in past or battling with McCullen currently. With Houston right on the tail as well. We're going to even see 3 wide here. This would be very brave. That will be the car on the outside unless you are mega brave on the brakes. And that might just be what he is. Round the outside he goes, big slide. However, he's made it work. Superb move there from Kane Houston. As a bit more contact is that just afterward. Just looked away. And some of the drivers all going very slowly. And this is real hands-off driving at the moment. This is almost as though we'd see in the last lap. Desperate driving from these guys. Almost some quartz, some contact on the rear quarters of the car right there. But yeah, McMullen then at the head of this chain. Houston, Thompson, Misdale losing out big time.
Yeah, but all drivers just giving enough room to allow each other through, and I'm really surprised we didn't see Houston getting a little bit of assistance with the tank slapper he had there from McMullen. McMullen not wanting to see that car going a bit sideways in front of him there. So good awareness from him, and we'll watch him start to extend his position and start chasing down Nathan Anderson at the back there with Stuart Vaughan sitting pretty tight at the moment, not too much going on there. His teammate McKnight out of the car early on, and watching to see how they're running. But they're sitting pretty comfortable about where they started in the race, down a few spots, but ultimately so far, much further of this race still to go. They got plenty of opportunity to come through. But Sean Thompson as well, just in the front there, working his way back up after his early incident. You can see him throwing the nose down, considering an option, not quite able to get it done, and a touch of contact, which we're going to expect a lot of drivers really starting to brake and potentially slow each other up on that mid corner to try and get the run out and extend a run through to turn 1.
Still with the older damage model, the first damage model, I guess. These cars not got the update to damage model, though hopefully that will be implemented for next season as it gets rolled out on a few more GT cars. Of course, currently on iRacing got the Skip Barber and the Formula 3 cars with that new damage model, and it is quite spectacular to watch. We've seen plenty of footage of other cars as well. Well, now I can see side by side through Rouge, and this never gets old. Latter. I mean, come on, man. Commit to it. We want to see some Webber Alonso 2011 action, but in the end, that's almost certainly in 99 out of 100 occasions the sensible thing to do when you're at this point of a 4-hour event. He's got good chances to come back straight away. His teammate only just ahead of him. That's currently running in 29th place. Gambler's teammate forming a little bit of a queue now. We've seen plenty of action around this kind of 30 mark throughout this event. By the way, Josh Morgan with a 5-second pit stop. I don't know how he managed to do that earlier on. I don't know if he's got, I don't know, the Williams pit crew or something on those tyres. But very quick pit stop for him there. Clearly, he didn't put much fuel in it, I imagine. Unless that might just be a glitch on our system. I'm not sure, but 5 seconds. He pitted before the pace car was deployed as well, I believe. So, yeah, some tactics being used by him there. Oh, by the way, did we see the change for the lead?
Yeah, we're seeing the 088 up front. Looks like the Mark 1 car, I think, is also dropped down. They're in second position at the moment as well. So positional changes starting to take effect, and keep an eye on where we see the Mark 1 car. I'm just trying to pick it up on the timing and scoring, and I think they'll be down a little bit further in the field.
Yes, so Cooper Webster was much faster then. Gets past Harley Haber, who's of course on old tyres, less fuel. And Cooper Webster moving ahead then. He's lapping about a second a lap faster than his rival. So, yeah, takes the lead and pulling away right now.
I'm going to jump on board here with the guys still working their way around the circuit at the moment, putting on a pretty good show. Stewart down in the 7th spot right now. He's got Andrew Dyson just in front of him. And these two looking pretty competitive at the moment. Similar lap times, we do see driver changes between both these drivers at their last stop. And going on pretty nicely. Stewart up 2 spots from where he started, currently in the 7th. The car looking quite nice early on, just getting a good run on the run up through Francorchamps at the moment. It'll be interesting to see whether he decides to put the nose down. You can just see how strong that draft is. They run through a little bit of a touch of the brakes to pull that nose in, and I think it'll just lose that momentum, not going to be able to get it down up the inside. See out front, the gap's starting to extend with Webster now increasing his gain 2.2 seconds up the road after he was able to get through. So the fresh tyres on that car starting to work well for him. Kyle Stokes hasn't been able to get the most out of his run on the new tyres, still finds himself down in the 5th spot. But Harley Haber, for a driver who hasn't come in and taken service at this point, he's hanging on quite well, especially with the other guys who would have definitely taken those fresh tyres, and to find himself still sitting in the 2nd spot, not too far behind. He's looking very, very good for later on in this race. A little further back too, we're starting to see the battles opening up a bit more. Kyle Stokes has got Thomas Hinz just in front of him in the Zuva entry, and good return to form for Hinz. He's working very well out the front, and finds himself sitting up in 4th. Further back down the field though is still where all the action's happening at the moment. Corey Preston for the EXG Motorsports car, fighting on the back of Jack Waters, and right behind him we've got David Kidmon as well. Sean McLindell not too far behind. This little group scrapping over the 19th position. You can see Preston trying to work down the inside, not going to get that move done down through Pouon there. The car's going to slide just a touch. Should be able to hold that, but looking quite good. Sitting at the back there though, Linsell really in the prime position if there are any issues for these three, so we'll keep an eye on that to see what he can do. Last time for Linsell, a 2:22.45, so touch slower than the guys in front of him, but not by much. He was actually almost half a second faster than Kidmon last time by, and this little group now expanding to 4 cars. Scanning up and down the field, we got Haber finally in for his first stop tonight. So 22 laps in the books for the Mark 1 Esports pink car. That's a fantastic run early on, and we'll see whether there is a driver change to come as a result of that. Guy Leach likewise following suit. So this will be our first chance to get a really good representation of how long these drivers are staying stationary for a full tank of fuel. And to go 50 odd minutes is going to set us up for later on in the back end of this race. Forzan Al-Nabi is going to be taking over that car. And we know Forzan, or for all the drivers and viewers who know this championship over the last few years, Forzan Al-Nabi recently switching from Trick Sim Sport, and he will be a very quick competitor in that car. Andrew Dyson has got a mirrorful of Job Stewart just behind him on the run at the end of the Camel Straight. Not able to get a move done for Stewart there, and he is finding himself still in the 6th spot, but applying a huge amount of pressure to Dyson. And these two fighting pretty hard. Both came in for stops, about 11 laps on this stint, and both looking competitive. You can see Stewart, trying to work around the inside, just a touch of room. Oof. A little bit of contact on the exit there. That's not going to do him any favour.
Yeah, they really want to stay side by side. That did Stewart. He felt as though going around the outside, he warranted a little bit of space for himself, but clearly Dyson disagreeing a little bit there, picking up a 1x. Although that's probably the least of his worries at the moment. got yet a quarter into this event, though. And if you can keep your instance down, it does take the pressure off slightly for the rest of the race, but there's plenty of other pressures for these drivers to deal with. Of course, Webster then leading by 7 seconds over Gilliam. Hines in 3rd place. Carl Stokes struggling a little bit in 4th, and then of course these guys in 5th and 6th positions. Latham another 2.5 seconds behind. This is going to be, well, not an opportunity into Blanchemont. It's difficult to stay close when you're right on the back of the driver ahead. Just difficult to spot your braking point, to spot your turn-in point as well for Blanchemont. However, he's done that well, has Dyson. Kept in range, and now trying to go for a move. Almost contact this time, does back out of it when he's on the outside. And Dyson's just doing everything he needs to do. However, it'll be fascinating to compare their lap times compared to the drivers behind. This time, though, Stewart might just have it done. Gets it stopped on the apex, all about the exit. However, moving ahead again is Andrew Dyson. And this is remarkable driving right now from him. Stewart didn't really do anything wrong with the overtake. It looked as though stopping it on the apex was smart from him. However, Dyson just too good with his racecraft, and he moves back ahead. They did actually go faster than Latham and McCullum on the last lap because those two are fighting as well. McCullum has just got past Latham. That's the car number 1, defending champions Premier Racing team, getting past Middle Finger Racing for 7th place. So that's a good move from McMullen, who, of course, got into that car at the first pit stop, where we had the only pace car period of the event. Also, Misdale continuing to gain places. This will be for 12th place past Vaughan. And the car number 73, DPR Racing 2, moves up into that top 12.
There's a solid little battle here for the 12th, 13th and 14th position. These guys not really giving an inch of room. All cars looking very clean, so not a lot of contact from either of these, and saving those fast repairs for later on, which is great to see. So they're working very hard right now, about halfway near enough through this stint, and keep an eye to see how they go as those tyres unfold. Cooper Webster extending his lead out front. 7 seconds or 8 seconds is the gap now over Andrew Gilliam. Thomas Hinds not too far in the 3rd, but all the battling really starting to take effect from about the 7th position of McMullen down through to where we are here, Stuart Vaughan, and only about 5 seconds in total covering these drivers.
Running wide there, so driver just behind Vaughan of Ackland. Hobson, is he much faster than these guys? He's in the low 22s. Guess as long as they are fighting just ahead of him, and then he will catch up. We don't necessarily think of this place as a circuit where you lose a lot of time when you fight. Usually it's the kind of narrow circuits when that's the case. However, we really have seen that evident today. Missed on that last lap into the 23s, Vaughan into the 24s. Of course, was overtaken. You compare that to the race leader, Cooper Webster, in the 20s. These guys are undoubtedly good enough to get into the 20s. So doing 19s in qualifying. However, just it's battling at the moment. Desperate chase for track position. Almost off the circuit, trying to get to the inside is the 027 car of Stuart Vaughan. And here comes, as well, Kane Houston, perhaps going for an attack. Apologies, that's Ackland trying to get past. Can Ackland gain any places at all? No, he can't, despite quite a big slide for Misdo. He's now driven that one in quite deep, leaving space on the apex for his rival. He turned out not to be there. And also the 27 car pulling away by about 0.8 of a second. That's very good news for Stuart Vaughan, who takes back that position. It's very difficult to tell who's fastest in these trains right now, Daniel, because it seems like whoever's following has a pace advantage, but once they get ahead, they can't make it stick.
Yeah, we're starting to see that bit of a trend. You can see the cloud starting to sweep over the circuit right now, but it's interesting to watch the way these guys are going. As you say, if you are out front, you're struggling a little bit, maybe in the overall pace, the pressure being applied is going to be immense, especially throughout this field. We've got a lot of great drivers in the field tonight, putting on a a fantastic show for everyone. But it's interesting to see the minute you do get past, and we're seeing it here with Vaughan's a great representation of it, is once you can make a move, especially at the likes of Camel Straight, where you can potentially hold the driver you're passing out, you can gain a good advantage, which is going to set you up for the back end of that race. And well, love the lap, not the race, sorry, the lap. But right behind that, though, it was interesting to see Ackland really considering going 3 wide down into the turn 7 there, which if he could have pulled it off, that's a huge move. I don't think we'll see it in this race, but it's interesting to see just the way that these cars go and the mindset through all these drivers, and really enjoying seeing the guys on the back end of Blochemont there, just watching the way those cars slide out to the wall, and drivers doing a fantastic job to keep them all under control. Probably a couple of drivers to keep note of, especially in this little group here, Ackland and Hobson. For Synergy Sim Racing, over the past few seasons, those guys have been very, very strong title contenders, especially in the endurance Synergy Sim Racing, known for being as good as the likes of ERT and Mach 1 Esports when it comes to the long game. So look for them later on to work their way up towards the pointy end of the field as well.
Yeah, plenty of drivers with not vast issues so far, but of course, if you have maybe a half spin even, or if you just get into a bit of a bad run of luck where you can just get stuck behind a few drivers, maybe get involved in some big battles, can lose you a lot of time. My favourite driver, I've decided it's already an hour into the season, and my favourite driver now is Glenn Postlewaite, because, well, he's usually very exciting because he's up 31 places. I mean, if he could just, like, qualify 40th in every race, I'm sure he's going to get a lot of coverage of him this season. But he's up a place now into 9th, 21.8 on that last lap. That's about a second slower than the race here, but I think we're making a move as well. So Synergy Sim Racing just shows that, you know, this is a 4-hour race, and if you start in 40th place, he's always made up all those places that he should have been starting in a qualifying just in the first hour. And despite that, and he even had a spin at Lake Coon earlier on. So it does just show that these endurance events, a lot could happen. By the way, first up of the race for Farzan El Nabi, obviously former race leader, were the car number 21 Mach 1 Esports Pink, and they are now saying fast up the race. They were 2 seconds faster than Cooper Webster on that last lap. I mean, we always like safety cars, Daniel, but even if we didn't have a safety car from now to the end of the race, this would be fascinating because they're on different strategies with the tyre degradation we're seeing in this V8 supercar, probably about 3 seconds from the start to the end of the stint. If we just had no safety cars and we just had these alternate strategies, it'd still be mega entertaining, but just shows how it's really difficult to predict what strategy will work out, because right now El Nabi is effectively in the race leader. I imagine if Cooper Webster came in right now, I imagine the Mach 1 Esports Pink car would retake the lead.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Forzan put a move on Mike Ford, who will need to come down the lane the next couple of laps to serve a drive-through penalty. But that car working exceptionally well for El Nabi. One of the traits of the Mach 1 Esports cars, they've been very, very good in the long run, as well as getting top speed out of those cars. So they're pushing on exceptionally well. You can see the HRT car dropping in the lane as well. But this will be a big run for Forzan now. Fresh tyres, a lot of fuel on board, and we'll look to see him work his way up towards the front end. Both himself and Cooper Webster are going to be extremely strong in this car.
McMullen and
Harley
Dice.
Haber, sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I mean, to be fair, Cooper Webster is also very strong, but yeah, not in that specific car. McMullen and Dyson are pretty close to one another. That's the battle for 6th place. I mean, they're pretty close to some other drivers as well. Going to be a racing team. For McMullen, of course, and DPR Racing for the car number 72 of Andrew Dyson. I mean, these two have been pretty close to one another for the entire race. Still plenty of battles going on at the moment. In fact, actually, the pack has kind of closed back in the last 5 minutes or so. We were kind of seeing some slightly larger gaps, certainly these big packs of drivers separating out, whereas now a few of them are reforming out on circuit, which is always good for us commentators. Certainly some more action for us, undoubtedly. Just a reminder, of course, we will have at least one random safety car this race. We've already had a necessary safety car, when we had a spin for a driver, blew an engine, I believe, just a few corners previously. That was on lap 12 of the race, or even lap 10 of the race, apologies. But we haven't had one since then, but certainly at least one random safety car at some point. As also a lot of these drivers coming into the pits. This is interesting, I guess, Daniel, because some of these drivers did pit earlier on. So they've gone, well, yeah, I guess they pitted about 25 minutes into the race. So they've gone nearly 40 minutes. Considering that we've already seen drivers go 50 minutes earlier on, then maybe then they didn't put full tanks of fuel in. But then we were under safety car. Basically, I'm not sure how much fuel these drivers can put into the car, what their strategies are. But certainly, a lot of drivers seemingly running out of fuel because we've got about 20 cars in the pits right now.
Yeah, a lot of guys coming down, and that'll be probably about the time they'll be getting their first rounds of full fuel in these vehicles. We're looking at around 52 minutes. You can see the safety car out on track, so this potentially could be the random safety car we were seeing. I'm surprised Hobson's still going through. Webster out front at the moment, extending his gap. Well, we say extending, it's actually closed up a little bit with the guys in the Pursuit racing car. So Andrew Gillum and Thomas Hinds in the Zuva car not too far behind. So keep an eye on that. The big beneficiary of all this, if we do see these front four guys come in, it's going to be Forzan El Nabi and Harley Haber. They're going to shoot right back up towards the pointy end of this field. So very well timed pit stop for those boys only a few laps ago. And there it is, the car off the side that has resulted in this safety car.
So this isn't a random safety car then, is it? Or is it a... Or did you say there was a... Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just looking back at it on the broadcast, you're absolutely right. A car stops on the side. And so we will have a mandatory safety car. Second one of the race. And you're absolutely right. Forzan El Nabi with a big advantage. So I was very confused before because everyone pitted, I assume, because of the safety car, not necessarily due to fuel, unless that was a very happy coincidence. I imagine it was probably the prior. So Cooper Webster into the pits. Now last time, the number 88 car lost a lot of time during the pits. They lost 7 seconds, perhaps with a driver change and changing tyres as well. We'll see if they have a long pit stop once again, but we do expect car number 21 of Mach 1 Esports Pink to take the lead because Benton Hobson is also coming in for CMG Sim Racing. That leaves just Forzan El Nabi, the first driver not to have pitted. So James Scott actually getting back into the car then for the number 88. So another rule for this series, they have to change drivers 3 times during the race, and an individual driver cannot do more than 65% of the laps. If they do go over that, then 1 extra lap or 2 extra laps, they get a drive-through penalty. Any more than that, they get disqualified from the event. So here comes Forzan El Nabi then, driving at 90% speed. However, he must be quite tempted to go at 110% speed because he'd quite like to be in the lead. Unfortunately, he's not going to be in the lead. We're expecting this to work out brilliantly for him. However, James Scott is still in the lead. So, Evolution Racing Team 088, we thought that Forzan El Nabi's pit strategy had worked out brilliantly. It's turned out that it has not. And now, if anything, El Nabi has got older tyres, 6-lap older tyres. So a little bit on its head. The difference I see here, Daniel, is that 45 seconds stationary was Forzan compared to 37 seconds for James Scott's case. So, do we have any idea why Forzan's pit stop would have taken a bit longer?
No, I imagine his would have been a little bit longer due to probably being completely empty on tanks by the time he did get in. I mean, they were 55 minutes or 52 minutes, I believe, into this race. So since the start of it, that's a long run on those cars. So whereas the guys that did come in pitted lap 10, so not going to be quite there towards the back end of their fuel window, but would have a little bit left in the tank, which ultimately I guess is going to lead to those slightly slower or quicker pit stop times.
Just shows how much of a lottery these safety cars are, because we were really bigging up Forza and Al Nabi and the fact that Mach 1 Esports Pink might have the best strategy out there if there were no safety cars to the end of the race. Of course, we knew there would be at least one. There will be at least one after this one. But instead, he finds himself in 4th place and with older tyres, despite the fact that he could have perhaps been leading for another strategy. So impossible to call what is going to be the right strategy. We're only about an hour and 10 minutes into this event, and 4 hours this. 93 laps. So, if anything, actually, seeing that we're already on lap 28, we're probably going to reach about the 3rd race distance in terms of laps by the 1.5 hour mark. So, yeah, should probably be 4 hours, to be fair. This race should last, especially with the safety cars just slowing down the average speed a little bit. So everyone coming in then for a second pit stop. However, Bill Mitchell, well, to be fair, he pitted a while ago. However, he's only pitted one time, Bill Mitchell. So too, of course, has the car number 21 of Forzan El Nabi. I assume Bill Mitchell, that's not what the penultimate corner at Road America is named after. But he's currently running in 15th place. Pretty much everyone else, apart from that, coming in during this pit stop sequence or have pitted very recently. Although David Coleman, actually, he's a little bit adrift at the moment. I think he's going to need a wave around. I don't know if we could just focus on David Coleman, the 08 Team 88 Apps tuned Racing. Because he's in amongst this pack, may well be the only driver who needs a wave around.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and see how that goes. No doubt Race Control will be keeping an eye on that. We will be going one more lap by the looks. The safety car's still out on track at the moment. That safety car 2 being driven by the series organiser, Nick Hausler, out there. So great to see him out having a run, stepping away from driving duties, but taking that safety car out for a run tonight. And it does look fantastic. A great job by Not Rider Designs to put together the Acuta safety car for this season. Splendid in chrome and red, so great to see that out there.
Sure is, and a few of the teams out there, because using these new matte and chrome liveries, they do look absolutely superb. Of course, that's a fantastic element added from iRacing.
Yeah, I think it's going to. It's one of those features. I mean, it is just the paints of the car, but with the amount that the guys are investing in getting the paint and the liveries right, and for the teams, especially for those that are able to go and seek official sponsorship, and for all the drivers out here tonight, we're seeing a lot of that out there. It just another touch that adds to getting a really nice, unique design on these cars, and something a little bit special that you can see out on the broadcast. And obviously for us, it helps too, because we can put the name to the car and work our way around for later on in the season.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to work out how many laps Holster has led. I believe this will be his 6th lap led. Always great to have those statistics when you got safety car drivers leading half the laps in a race or whatever. Of course, you'll see that he's down in a 48th position currently, is Nick Holster. But don't tell him that. I'm sure he's loving being out in the lead in that Mercedes car. It would be very interesting to see these V8 supercars against the GT3 cars. GT3 cars will probably have a bit of an advantage, maybe 3 seconds a lap faster than the V8 supercars, but it'd be pretty close, and their advantages would lie in certainly many different places around the circuit. Where the V8 supercars a bit more pace down the straights, the Mercedes a bit more through this middle part of the circuit, through these fast sweeping corners. So the drivers then going to be going back underway on this lap. Seemingly then, no wave around for, well, who was it who should have got a wave around potentially? Well, David Coleman, Jet Bennett and Stephen Kakushov not getting away around, so they remain 1 lap down. Those drivers are in 43rd, 44th and 45th positions. So unlucky for those guys, but maybe if we get a quick safety car after this one, they may well get a wave around after that. So the pace car now really does put his foot down. He can get away from the rest of the field. Meanwhile, James Scott slows down the order. Of course, fresh tyres for the majority of these drivers. Forzan El Nabi running in 4th place. Car number 21, Mach 1 Esports Pink. In 4th place, you can see him there. With older tyres, so I don't imagine he's going to be able to put too much of a pressure on the drivers ahead. James Scott, though, back to where we have become accustomed to seeing him in that first stint, his second stint of the race. He needs to make sure he keeps behind Brett Loxon for Zuba Racing 209 initially from this launch. Holds on a little bit longer. We imagine he'll probably get on the power about midway through the chicane to minimise the attack potential from the few drivers behind. Watch out for Michael Tajancic as well in 3rd place. Haven't talked too much about him so far, but could certainly be a wily fox waiting just behind. So here comes James Scott then. We're about to get this second safety car period finished. And our 3rd green flag period underway. Here comes James Scott, Evolution Racing Team 088 leads the way. Lap 30 of this opening round of the AOSC Super Season. And James Scott with a comfortable advantage through these first couple of corners. Already Tajancic under a bit of pressure from Forzan El Nabi. El Nabi getting a much better run, seemingly onto the pit straight. And perhaps with those slightly older tyres, maybe they'll get up to temperature a little bit quicker. Tajancic taking a lot of curb there at Radion. I wonder if he got a slow down. He's certainly very slow on the exit. And El Nabi is moving ahead. Tajancic still with part of his car alongside. It's going to have to be mega late on the brakes if he's going to hang on to 3rd place. However, he has to give in. And that is superb driving then from Forzan El Nabi. Neither had to make a move straight away. And he moves up into the top 3 places.
And likewise, just behind that, we had Jordan Ross as well, putting a move on Ruben Goodall in the pursuit car as well, so gaining an extra position up into 5th. And they're on a bit of a charge back up through the field, obviously got towards the pointy end very early on.
What a save that is.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
A bit of a miracle save there from Jordan Ross for Evolution Racing Team. That could have been a big contact there. Overtake here with that Latham gaining a couple of places, going past Stovold's ahead of Latham, trying to get past Keeley as well. He's up 30 places. Here's Bruce Keeley. Everyone in this pack all pitting on the same lap, so they should all have the same amount of fuel, same amount of tyres. McKnight trying to come back now. Trying to go really defensive. Is Latham losing time to the drivers ahead? These drivers thinking that there's a pretty good opportunity for making a move early on. And we've also got very tight for the lead right now. James Scott versus Brett Loxton. Apologies for perhaps drawing away from this battle because it's down to 0.3 of a second, almost contact with Forzan El Nabi very quickly on the scene for Evolution Racing Team. And thankfully for Scott, he actually pulls away by about 0.7 of a second just through that chicane. But the Blanchemont, it was down to a couple of tenths of a second. Down the inside goes El Nabi. That's a late move, and that's, well, a successful move. Was that even a deliberate move? He seemed to be all locked up on the brakes, Daniel, into La Source, but, well, he's up in 2nd place now.
Yeah, it's a really strong, decisive move down into 1 there, and good awareness too from Loxton, just to give enough room for both those drivers to avoid contact. I'm sure Michael Tajancic just behind would have been licking his lips for the opportunity to potentially go to 2 spots as a result of that. And you can see Forzan just moving around a little bit under brakes. That'll get the eye of race control.
Almost
Going to get a little bit of a dust up by Brett Loxton there, able to retain the position. Here we go with who is that? Michael Tajancic around the outside. So 2 spots there in 3 corners, and it's a little bit untidy there for El Nabi. Moving in the brakes are not ideal, and as a result, you can see Loxton just getting that bit of a touch up on that rear corner.
Well, we want to keep our eyes on this battle because I think this is getting a bit personal now between El Nabi and Loxton, frustratingly for Loxton, despite making that contact with El Nabi, whether it's his fault or not. failing to move ahead. Oh, big slide. Got to be really careful right now of these drivers. I think maybe just getting a little bit frustrated perhaps in the car because they can see James Scott, who was under massive pressure at the end of the last lap. He's now got a 4-second lead. Pulling away, very happy that all that action is going on behind him.
Yeah, definitely. He'll be able now just focus on up front, get the eyes forward and start driving away from this field. You can see the same for Acuta at the end of that exchange. Jordan Ross coming under all sorts of pressure right now. He's got Adam Briggs, Ruben Goodall not too far behind, and closing in on that battle, Brian Borg in the Premier Esports car as well. So Jordan Ross in the middle of a bit of no man's land right now. He's got 3 in front, 3 behind, and he really is the meat in this sandwich at the moment.
So Loxton got back past El Nabi, by the way, at the end of that lap, so back up into 3rd place. But I doubt that's going to be the end of that battle. 3 overtakes then, or at least a couple of overtakes, apologies, from those guys in that one lap, lap 32 of round 1 of the season. And now it's Jordan Ross, who's got a pretty good launch down La Source, or going into Eau Rouge and Razion. Bruce Keeley was his teammates, gaining plenty of places earlier on. Jay McKnight side by side with him. McKnight's going to back out of that one, and wise thing to do. Of course, Aussie server for these guys, which is fantastic, because often we see in the Euro Leagues, the Australians losing out big time due to some connection issues. However, not such an issue right here. Ping, very good for all the drivers. McKnight will try to go around the outside, very tight line for Keeley. And that was quite comfortable in the end for McKnight, just carrying that much higher amount of speed. Still running there in 12th place is Bruce.
Yeah, and just behind them as well is Scott Nolan there in the other Synergy Sim Racing car, teamed up with Brenton Hobson as well. So those guys still working their way through. We're seeing a drive-through penalty for exceeding 35 limits for the car 116, and that'll be a untimely drive-through for that. We'll get a name to that car as well, but they'll have to come through and serve that in the next few laps for those boys. But right here, right now, sitting in the 11th, 12th and 13th position. These 3 cars very, very close together right now. You can see just in the back of frame as well, a few more battles starting to heat up as well, with Craig Jones, Latham, Clowett, Varga and Mitchell as well, all getting involved. And this is a great little freight train. These guys working for about the 15th position down through to 23rd at the moment.
So yeah, Mogric with the penalty for BRM Sim Sports Commie 166 car out there. So that's the first penalty I think we've seen for that offence. Oh, this is close. Latham behind Jones. Sorry, Latham at the front of this. He's under big pressure though. Defensive into the final chicane. Middle finger racing, he's deep on the brakes, gets it stopped on the apex, and this could be big issues with his teammate coming round. There's massive contact amongst all of them, however, not big contact. Well, to be fair, right at the end there, a driver even coming into the pits. Maybe just wanting to get off the circuit, didn't want to be involved in that. Well, that you could see that from a while away, Dan, when you've got 6 cars going 2 by 2 into the chicane. Very easy to have a spin, and then the other drivers all piling in.
Yeah, that'll certainly get the attention of race control there. Good awareness from a lot of drivers to be able to get through there without having too much drama. A little bit of contact at the back end, but with all the way those guys were going and as tight as they were running, almost inevitable that we were going to get a little bit of contact on the run into the bus stop. See Rob Borden defending against Stephen Varga. These guys are scrapping down over the 18th spot. Right behind that, Bill Mitchell as well for the PRT car. So getting back underway, things just starting to slow down, or calm down just a touch after that little bit of contact last time by. But Rob Borden's starting to struggle a little bit in his car. The grip not all together there, so might just need a lap or two just to settle those tyres down, get back underway. but he is coming under a world of attack here from Bill Mitchell.
Yeah, with Mark Samuel. He started up in 6th place. Has Samuel done all the laps so far? No, I think we have seen a driver change for that team so far. But struggled in the opening stage then. But still very much in this race. Oh, side by side. Coming back now. Trying to defend for a while has Bowden. However, I think Clyde on this lap has been able to get past Mitchell, almost being squeezed right to the apex on that occasion. Couldn't get past him. Now he's the one under pressure. We haven't seen too much side by side into Blanchemont so far. Usually the drivers sort it out amongst themselves, and once again they do that on this occasion. Good to see that Mark Samuel trying to get past. Now he's under pressure from Sean Mitchell as Mitchell runs very wide. Also Bowden very wide as well. They had to cut the chicane, and that's going to be a hefty slowdown as well. That's just a mistake from Mitchell. It was just outbreaking himself, and after fighting so hard for those couple of places, they lose places to drivers who they weren't even fighting.
No, exactly. It's an easy thing to do. Just miss that brake marker just a touch, and you can drop a long way down the back of the field. So good awareness. They're able to release the brakes, go a little bit forward, take that little bit of a penalty, and get back underway. But they're going to have a lot of work to do now to get back up towards the pointy end. Pretty much here all the way down throughout this group, running all the way back down to Matt Muggleton in 34th. There's a lot of drivers very, very close together. So potential that we'll see these guys start jumping up and down throughout the grid or field, soon.
Samuel having a look, the 04 car. Some decent gaps being formed at the moment. 15th, there's about 10 seconds ahead of these guys. This is the battle for 19th place currently. But long lap this. As long as you stay on the lead lap, of course, the pace car can really help you out. And of course, you need to stay in the race as well. Reminded that these teams get 2 faster pairs during the event. Because it's really, I think it's quite an interesting strategic element that, and that's it, Daniel, because it's massively dependent on how much confidence you got in yourself and your teammates. So if you're thinking, well, I've got a little bit of damage right now, however, there could be more damage later on in the race, so I won't use my faster pair yet. Or you could have the mentality, I've got a little bit of damage now, I'll get it fixed and just hope that we don't get any more damage later on. It's unlikely that that will occur. So it's a difficult decision for these guys to make.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ultimately, they're going to want to try and retain those fast repairs for as long as possible. And we're surely going to see an off-track result of that there. But they'll want to try and hang on to them as long as possible. Use them towards the back end if absolutely required. And I guess the last thing you want to do is use them up early on for just some minor contact, and then later on when the big one comes, and find yourself without an option to do that later on. So it's a really tough game to play. I know a lot of drivers and teams have thought about maybe doing it early on, but for the guys that are able to do it, take that little bit of repair that they potentially get throughout the course of the pit stop, they should be okay in using them up later on.
It's a little bit of a reminder of what's going on out ahead. James Scott for Evolution Racing Team 088 leading the way. He is 4 seconds ahead of Brett Loxton in second place. Then it's Jordan Ross in third, Adam Briggs in fourth, and then Forzen El Nabi in fifth place. I'm not sure if we saw El Nabi drop down to fifth place, but he's been involved in a couple of incidents. And a little bit of a rivalry between him and Loxton as well. Maybe a couple of things that are happening in this little fight that perhaps we haven't seen, because Talientrich is down into 6th place as well, and actually dropping off these drivers at the moment. He drops down into the 22, so race leader in the 20s currently. And then it's Goodall, Borg, Stovalt, and Rob Harris rounding out the top 10. A little bit spread out are those top 10 at the moment, and then of course we've got these big packs that we've been focusing on for the most part. Kinmond, Keane, Keeley and Jones all in a four-way pack for 13th place, and we've got Bowden, Samuel, Linston, Davison in a pack for 19th place. And then that's a big pack as well for 26th place involving Baxter, Reeditz, Muggleson, Crawford, Gerades, Whiting, Gaffer, Barnes and Crisp. A lot of drivers. Well, you can see that for yourself. I don't really need to read them out. That it's quite obvious. Quite large drivers. I mean, whenever I've been in big packs, it kind of feels, almost quite epic when you can just see around perhaps a couple of double right-handers as we just negotiate. So you just see a stream of cars all in front of you. Especially when you're at the back of the pack, it can be quite promising because you think one little instant in front of you and all of a sudden you could be gaining half a dozen places wide at the front of this pack for Stephen Baxter. He almost had to cut the chicane completely, he took a lot of curb, and it almost seemed as though he might be able to pull away from these other drivers. Anything but. And to go defensive to move on to lap 36 of this race. Still nowhere near halfway into this race.
No, exactly. We've still got a very long way to go towards the back end of that. You've got Stuart Crawford working his way through down in 29th position, a little bit further down probably than where he wants to be in that Stealth Simforce Penrite entry there. But getting a nice run down towards the Camel Straight. We could see him getting a move done here as he tucks into the drop. Just not able to get that done, but right in front of him, Dean Redditz. A little bit slower last time by, about half a second between those two, so pretty equally matched at this point between both those.
Keeley currently side by side with is that Linsell, 95 versus 54 Century Sim Racing versus Bo Repairs, PRT. Sorry, apologies, RPT. I'll get the hang of that. Acronyms, horrendous. But certainly got quite a few rounds of this season to get used to it. Of course, round one of the Acuta AOSC Super Series. And there's been some starts to the season. 4 enduro rounds, I believe, across the season, along with 6 sprint rounds. So not every round is like this. 650 kilometers today's race, all hours. We'll have 4 of them across the season, where drivers will earn points in the teams and the drivers' championship. And then we'll also have the sprint races, if you can call them that. 150 kilometers still take over an hour. Bruce Keeley, very wide. He doesn't like that corner, seemingly. So we've got Sean Linsell into the pits, actually, for his 3rd pit stop in this race, going for a bit of an alternative strategy.
Yeah, and with only an hour and a half through on the clock, still plenty of opportunity for those alternate strategies to work, and I think we're going to see a lot of that up and down the course of this field. Rob Bowden getting on pretty nicely, sitting in 19th position, having a really good run for the tanked SRT car. Probably one of the flashiest liveries out there with the design on it, and looking quite good. Not too much damage on that car either, which is great to see early on.
Yeah, such a big element of this, keeping your car clean. So take advantage of the safety cars later on. Of course, we are expected a random safety car. Oh, Bowden, big slide. Almost like the TCR with the way that these drivers can save the cars. Of course, front wheel drive really enables you to save the car very well. Obviously, these things are rear wheel drive, and yet these guys still seem to be able to pull off similarly impressive recoveries from they slightly get the corner entry a bit wrong. Storyvoid currently holding on to 8th place. He's been caught though by Ruben Goodall. In fact, did he get past Goodall on the last lap? I think he may have done so. In fact, he's got past Goodall on this very lap. So Goodall struggling a little bit out there for Premier Racing Team. the defending champions, I believe. At least they got the car number 1 on their on their supercar. And then, of course, Harris just behind. McKnight's a little bit detached from these guys now. 3 seconds rear. We're expecting pit stops for these guys within the next half an hour, certainly. Approximately 45, 50 minutes, these guys should be able to go on a tank of fuel. It's been about 20 minutes since their last pit stop.
Yeah, the cars probably now about their most neutral at this point with the way the drivers would have, or the teams and that would have set up these cars. Obviously going to be a little bit understeery towards the mid end, maybe a little bit taily towards the back end, but we've already seen some great driving from these guys. But this will be about the time where we're really going to start to see those times come in. And looking at the way they are right now, the way you see Stovall running up through Eau Rouge, the car looking quite good. A little bit of a slide at the top end there, but outright pace down the long straight. Very, very good as they just tick over the 270k mark. Nearly 280 for the run into the braking zone. So the car set up very, very nicely. That aided a little bit of a draft in front from Brian Borg, ultimately helping as well close that gap down.
You can see how early they were on the brakes into Les Combes. That white line on the entry to Les Combes, often a reference point for braking into that corner. GT3 cars, I believe it's just a little bit beyond. Maybe GTE cars are pretty much on there. Even Porsche Cup cars, only momentarily before. You could see Storyboard there, probably about 20 meters before that white line came into prominence. He was already onto the brakes. Just shows the difficulty, the straight line speed of these cars. Of course, the difficulty with the braking as well. Was similar braking to the driver ahead, hence why he still cannot get past. Closing in a little bit ahead actually for second place. Forzen Elnabi all of a sudden going pretty quick again. I think he's got past Adam Briggs perhaps on this lap. Or maybe one lap ago. The Mach 1 Esports pink car, who was the race leader earlier on. He is now right on the back of Jordan Ross. That's the battle for third position. They are pretty close to one another. You might just be able to see them up in the distance going into the final chicane right now. As Stoyboyd still not getting past, having to wait behind. El Nabi has got past Jordan Ross now. That is for third position. The 21 car getting past the 143 car. Can he make it stick? Well, side by side here into Eau Rouge. Are we finally going to see side by side to Eau Rouge? No, we're not. They're just too sensible. They're too smart. If only if they were idiots. If only if they were I don't know, second race on iRacing. Then maybe they'd go for that. But instead, they're being very, they're managing it very well. Forzen El Nabi, either way, up into third place. So after a few laps where he seemed to be a bit at sea, did Forzen dropped back a couple of places and then wasn't making too much of an impression on the drivers ahead, up into third place now.
Yeah, probably needed a little bit of time for Forzen just to resettle those tyres. He did have that earlier contact, which did slow him down. You could see him really trying to apply the pressure there and then getting that rear end just moving around a little bit, which is going to hurt those tyres a little bit. But pushing on very well right now. Lap pace is starting to come back up in that car, which we saw towards the end of the very first stint for them. Looking very, very sharp. So they're almost near the bottom end of that tank. If you remember, they did stop at the 52-minute mark first time by and did their driver change. So they're nearing the bottom end of that first tank. Do had a little bit of time added with the safety car, but all in all, looking very, very good, it must be said.
Thanks for everyone who's watching along, and of course anyone watching back on this. And of course, if you like this video, do leave a like and subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network. Loads more events like this. Not as good as this event, obviously. This is the pinnacle that you'll see on the channel. But there's some stuff that gets pretty near close. Of course, all kinds of cars on iRacing, single seaters, GT cars, even some more supercars action, of course. So do certainly check that out. And of course, if you wouldn't mind, please check out Apex Racing TV as well for even more sim racing broadcasts. Jet Bennett for EXG Motorsport, number 27 blue, currently running in a 44th position. Is he a lap down? Yes, he is. But, apologies, he's got a drive-through penalty. Hence why we're watching it at the moment. Is that for incidents, just to see how many incidents he's got? Yeah, 35 incidents accumulated by him. Lots of incidents accumulated by the drivers at the moment, where EXG Motorsport Silver are also right on the edge at the moment, on 34. Ooh, that's into the gravel. That's a Hamilton 2010. Apologies for the F1 references. But yeah, a few drivers running it really close right now with these incidents. Even Pulse Racing Team Blue, 23 incidents for them. That's the car number 23. We've got some side by side. Reese Keane for DPR Racing 2. They're on 16 incidents themselves.
And not a bad move there. Craig Jones trying to go around the outside. I think he'll get this move closed off, and he does on the exit there. So good forceful run there. Reese Keane not wanting to open or allow him through there, and sitting pretty comfortably. These guys scrapping over the 12th and 13th positions on track at the moment. Just ticking over 1 hour 40 now. So we're 40 laps in, just closing in towards halfway. So far, it's been some fantastic racing all around. We've only seen 2 main retirements that have brought the safety car out earlier on tonight. We've still got that random safety car still yet to come for all those following at home. So a lot of racing action still to unfold here.
Of course, lapping could potentially become a part in probably about half an hour. So I don't know if we could get maybe the track map on the screen just to see how close we are to kind of forming an entire ring of cars. Got a few laps, a few drivers 1 lap down. However, I don't think anyone has moved a lap down since the last safety car. Of course, mega long circuit this. So we've got currently Beau Repairs RRT in 40th position. They're 1 minute 30 down, so that's still 45 seconds until they get lapped. Because if you do get a lap down, it can be very tricky for your race from then on, because if the safety car comes out, then you won't be able to come back to the back of the pack. So those guys will certainly be hoping for a safety car in the next half an hour or so. As yeah, Paul Mansell maybe trying a move for Injectors Online Racing earlier on in this lap. Don't think it worked out for him. Maybe he did get past Roy Clark, but he's now behind Chris Barnes. Paul Manson, by the way, 18 places lost. This team started in 11th place. But having some difficulties out there. Trying to make it up now is Paul Blake. Maybe a little bit of movement under braking, but he gets past. No, he doesn't. Spinning round, and some hard work has been undone right there. He's lost 1 place from that, and I think he might be about to lose another. So Mansell gaining some momentum there, but very much being put to a hold now.
Yeah, a little unfortunate there, and a very easy spot to lose the car when you're trying to take the curb to shorten up and straighten up the exit on through the bus stop chicane there. So should be able to reset. Won't have hurt him too much. I think that contact was relatively square, maybe on the rear fender, so I don't think that'll impact the drive. Mid-corner, we'll get a first look at that through Arouge, and he's able to clear that quite comfortably, so he should be right moving forward. But that really did separate that little group there. As you can see, just in the front of shot there, they're starting to fight on the way down at the end of the Camel Straight there. We might duck up to that shortly, but yeah, Mansell and his teammate have a lot of work to do, currently down in the 31st position.
A couple of very tight duels out there now. We've had some big packs so far in this race. We've still got a couple of decent packs, but I'm just looking down at the live timing, and of course you can find out on the live timing via SDK Gaming. Of course, check out all their products. Some pretty awesome products, especially for streamers, and of course live timing. You can check out the live timing link in the description on the video. Yeah, you can keep up to date with all the drivers' lap times, their best lap times, using the car at any one time. and when everyone is pitted as well. Pretty much all the information you would ever need. And right now, there's occasional splodges of red, occasional jars of red. So I got Matthew Clowett and Mark Samuel pretty close to one another. Then I think we've got, say, Davidson and Caruso, Keeley and Muggleton, which we're currently watching with also some interest as well from, apologies, that's a back marker just behind them. Muggleton looks down the inside, wasn't brave enough on the brakes, however, he set this one nicely. Oh, massive slide for the pair of them. Was that contact even? Seemed to be a little bit of a damage suddenly appearing on Muggleton's car. Well, he gets past, but will he be compromised down the straights now from this point onwards? Was there contact there? That seemed a little bit odd from those two. But yeah, like I said, getting past regardless is Muggleton. Keeley down into 21st place as moved through Eau Rouge for the 42nd time in this event. So that's the 033 car, is it? Moving past. That is Stephen Kakosh. Stephen Kakoshike, yep. Ooh, almost contact. It's a pretty can be dangerous with back markers racing those that they are a lap behind. But gets past. Does the 033 car up into well, he's not up any places, but at least he's one less lap down. Of course, he wants to get as many places as he can possibly get. Of course, racing his own race. But Bruce Keeley, I'm sure, will not see it that way because he's all of a sudden about 2 seconds behind. Driver he was fighting just a few corners ago. Ross has got back past El Nabi. So it's impossible. El Nabi's into the pits, in fact. So he's had a bit of a rotten lap, it seems, that time round, because Jordan Ross, who he got past earlier on, now back up into third place, the 143 car. Falls into the pits. Going for that alternate strategy once again, although I think that was just as far as he could go on fuel cost pitted about 6 laps earlier than his rivals. Not pitting under the first pace car. So far, it hasn't worked into his favour. However, we saw earlier on with the second pit stop, or the second safety car, how just elements like that can really change the way of this race. So still Scott leading by 6.5 seconds. The gap amongst the top two pretty much staying the same. Harley Harbour, by the way, back into the car for Mach 1 Esports Pink. Those two just have been pretty evenly matched. However, Boy Haber a little bit faster. And now they have swapped drivers 3 times. So that rule, that you have to change drivers 3 times in a race, completely out of question for those guys. They have completed that, and we're not even halfway through the event. So nice job from those guys. Of course, I've changed every single pit stop so far, keeping their drivers fresh. And in fact, Haber just disconnecting from the session, I'm saying. So just keep an eye out on whether there's been some issues for them, because he seemed to jump into the car, but has quit the session once again. And we'll make sure that those guys are still okay out on circuits. Here is McKee, James McKee, Pursuit Sim Racing 2. That's another place gained from him. 21.9 on that last lap. A pretty strong lap time from the driver in 30th position. Of course, he's got Paul Mansell only just behind him as well. Another driver who's perhaps a little bit out of position at the moment. And you can see how Mickey is absolutely sprinting away from Roy Clark, just in a handful of corners. Terrific pace being shown by the Mustang driver.
Yeah, and the car looking really well settled on the run through Pouon there. Not too much of a slide on it, and as you say, he's got a lot of turn of speed right now. He's really pushing to get up on the back of the group just in front. He's working very hard at doing that. The car looking really, really good, which is great to see. at near enough this midpoint way off.
We expect the rest of the drivers to come into the pits and pretty soon. Just seeing what's happened then to the team we just pitted, Forza and El Nabi then. So he remained in the car, apologies. So I saw that Forzan's teammates got into the car, however, then proceeded to disconnect Harley Hart Haber. So I don't know why he jumped into the car for a handful of seconds, but that is not a change of driver for them. So they do still need to change driver one more time in order to comply with the regulations. For them though, it was a 1 minute 2 pit stop. That's very slow, Daniel. That's disastrous news for the car number 21. So maybe issues for them in terms of changing drivers. And Mach 1 Esports ping, that's probably 20 seconds lost right there.
Yeah, it's a long way down. I'm not sure whether Haber had managed to start rolling that car down the lane. If he had, obviously the guys need to tow back and switch out. If they were still waiting in the lane and could get that done easily, that'd be great news for him. You can see Forzan trying to put a move. Bill Mitchell down the inside, just giving a little bit of room to allow Forzan through. Next up on the list will be Martin Crisp, who he's already on the back of. So Forzan got the bit between the teeth, and really pushing on strong. So he now turns his attention to Paul Mansell, who's only 4 seconds up the road, and we'll look to see him closing up on the back of him towards the back end of this lap, no doubt.
Would have been fascinating to compare the lap times of El Nazi compared to the race leaders, because obviously you would have been in range perhaps for taking the lead. Unfortunately, that's a long pit stop for him, so that's completely out of the question. He's just got to make sure they're still in the top 10. A safety car for him wouldn't be too bad for him right now. Would bunch up the field a little bit. Still, not even halfway through this event, it looks as though we are going to be limited on time. We're 1 hour 51 into the race, and 93 laps we've got to complete. Lap 45 for the race leaders. So pretty much depends on how many safety cars we're going to get. That's going to be an important element for some of the drivers out there in terms of their final fuel load to finish the event, but that's still a while away. Plenty more racing to come before that becomes too important. And El Nabi absolutely flying along. Is that an issue for one of the drivers? Just seemingly stuck perhaps at the chicane, as Tony Gaffer, by the way, comes into the pits. One of the first guys who pitted from the last safety car to come to the pits. Sorry for interrupting you there, Daniel.
No, that's quite all right, mate. I was just going to say thanks to Scott for popping up the little graphic there. We can just see the lap times between both Scott and El Nabi, and there's not much between either of these two. Lap 40, Forzan 0.4 of a second quicker, little slower lap 41, and then the big loss on the run through lap 42, 7-second difference in time. Last time by, obviously, the first lap out, but we can see here a lap and a half. It's taken El Nabi to close down that 4-second gap. He's right on the back of Paul Mansell, and then just ahead of him we've got Roy Clark and Chris Burns. So 4 positions that he could gain pretty quickly, but Paul not making it easy for him. Going to make that car as wide as possible and make El Nabi really, really work for this spot, who's able to get it done, fires it down the inside, and that is another positional gain. So that'll move El Nabi now up into the 19th spot, and Roy Clark now just ahead of him in that PRA car.
Could be really.
I wonder if there was a touch of contact there too, because Roy Clark going around on the exit. I don't know whether El Nabi had a hand in that. There's no damage on the front of that car either, so he suspects that we might have seen Clark going around all on his own in towards the wall.
He's got back running, has Scott Clark, but was that Clark? Sorry, apologies for you, Clark. Again, multiple surnames. Fortunately, one with an E, one without an E. But so Roy Clark is back on his way. He is about 7 seconds behind these guys, so losing a bit of time. But yeah, probably only lost about 4 or 5 seconds in that instant. It could be really advantageous this for Mansell because he can kind of follow through El Nabi. That would be the case if El Nabi wasn't so damn fast. He's already sprinting away and will probably be going for the fastest lap of the race. This might be the fastest lap of the race, potentially. He's done an 18 points. He's done 18 point something so far in this race, an 18.8 apologies, then 18.2 in qualifying. This lap actually a 21.5. That was due to overtaking about 4 or 5 cars. That has to be done. So not really getting the benefit of the fresh tyres at the moment, only matching the race leaders.
Yeah, matching as far as outright pace goes, but when you look at the way he's moving through the field, he's certainly got a lot of turn of speed comparative to the guys around him up towards the back end of that top 10. So next car on the list, and we'll see how long that takes, is Brett Reedus. Driver very accustomed with the V8s, and you can just see him there in the bottom of frame in the yellow Mustang there. So a little bit of time to gain. Mustang pretty heavily dominated throughout this field. We do have a really good split of both the Fords and Mustangs, so great to see. You can see the HRT car of Nick Coulson just a little wide. That's Jordan Caruso just behind there, and Mark Samuels, Matt Clowett as well. So these guys are driving down in the 12th position through to the 14th, 15th spot there. So great to see those guys out on track. It's a big slide too for Clowett in the background.
Yeah, Coulson 12.5 seconds behind the next driver. 23s for these guys, so they are starting to struggle with their tyres. They were lapping in the, their fast laps, so like the low 21s, high 20s. Harris and McKnight into the pit, so we really are getting into pit stop territory. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of these guys as well coming into the pits, but the top 6 drivers, I believe, are staying out for another lap. Actually, the majority of these staying out as well, so maybe marginal on fuel. I expect them probably coming in on this next time. That 47 halfway point of the race, thanks to Scott Newton, of course, who's on the cameras to date for letting me know that clearly a C in A-level maths. Still, I am not smart enough to work that one out. But yeah, lap 47. Well, it's kind of 47, isn't it? Yeah. For these drivers. And we are at 1 hour 56, so it is really close. We've so far had 2 safety car periods, so if we have another 2 safety car periods or less than that, then we'll probably have we'll probably be limited on laps. If we have more than 2 safety car periods, then we will be limited on time. Nick Coulson just dealing with some of the traffic there. Quite a few drivers into the pits, like I was saying before, for their 3rd pit stops of the race. And that will mean that El Nabi... Is El Nabi back into the pits?
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, we did see a penalty for El Nabi for collision. I think that might have been with the Roy Clark car. There is a car just spun around, which is a really precarious spot on the exit of turn 10 there. I think he will be able to rotate that car and get going. But yeah, having the spin there, the penalty for El Nabi, that's going to put him a long way down and ultimately hurt that pace that he had. So keep an eye on him getting back through. Ross Tullen, the driver there in the 166 who had the spin, just stays wide, allows the preceding cars to come through, so smart awareness there, and he'll drop back in behind this race. But that car looking very, very second-hand and struggling a little bit, it must be said, on cornering at the moment. So potentially, if he's unable to get this home, we could have our 3rd safety car out here for the race.
He's going to try to get it back then. Doesn't want to lose as much time. Obviously, as I've said a few times today, 2 fast pairs for these drivers. So if he hasn't used both of them yet, which I doubt he's used both of them, he'll be able to get back into the race nice and quickly. But of course, if you tow and there's a safety car, well, actually, thinking about it, of course, this is a manual safety car. So you won't actually lose that much time if you did hit under the manual safety car. But still, not ideal for him. He doesn't want to cause that disruption for everyone else. Carl Stokes into the pit, so only Scott, Taliancic and Goodall staying out. I've commentated on Taliancic in the Euro V8 Supercar Series, which runs on Saturday evenings for Europeans, and Taljancic is mind-boggling at saving fuel. I mean, he's just the guy who can save fuel when no one else can. Has been the only driver not to pit in a race and proceeded to win by about half a minute, despite being relatively even on pace with other drivers. So watch out for him extending this pit strategy for a while. Scott Nolan is this with the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 driver just behind him, and of James McKee. McKee
Great
taking.
camera. I was going to say, great camera shot there on the run up through a rouge for both those guys. Mackie just holding up to the speed advantage over Nolan. Might see Nolan potentially throw the nose down the inside. He thinks a little bit better of it at the end of the Camel Straight there.
A little bit wide as well for his teammate. Just ahead of these guys, so this could well be a three-way battle pretty soon, with McKee catching up to Keeley. Currently, they're taking about 1.5 seconds off Keeley on this lap alone, and Keeley's all of a sudden feeling very kind of quite uncomfortable out there, seemingly. Will McKee be able to make any attempt into pure? Not usually an overtaking spot. He almost feels like this is a bit of a matter of time, because he's that much more confident right now is the Pursuit Sim Racing 2 driver compared to the as he looks down the inside, and McKee does move up that place.
And we might see Scott Nolan potentially getting a move done. He does on the inside there, so here the position open up just a little bit by James Mackie, and a good run to use that on the exit. So those two both promoting themselves up a couple of spots inside the top 10 now, which is great.
Ross Thalen, by the way, disqualified from the race. I assume that's due to the amount of incidents that that team had accumulated. So we'll see no more of them in this race. Hope to see them back, of course, for next week for round 2 of the season, where we'll go back to the solo drivers. 150 kilometers instead, just over an hour long will those races be. Still Scott and Taljancic staying out. How on earth are they doing this? I do not know, because this is longer pit stops and or longer pit stints than we've seen than we thought was possible.
Yeah, doing a really good job keeping the pace up in these cars. Has started dropping off just a little last time by a 2:22 for Scott Taljancic to 2:24. So they are pulling the pace back just a touch by comparison, but looking pretty good and looking after the tyres exceptionally well, which is great to see.
I imagine they will have to do at least 2 more pit stops to the end of the race. And of course, we are expecting a pace car as well at some point. Still, that random pace car yet to be deployed. We've only had safety cars for incidents which have affected the circuit, with a driver, well, 2 drivers stranded at the side of the circuit earlier on in the race. James Scott into the pits then for Evolution Racing Team. He was leading by about 6 seconds before his pit stop. With the drivers, with the other drivers such as Hines and Stokes coming into the pits, they should be able to take a little bit of time out there. However, they only pitted 2 laps ago. So they may have got that gap down below probably maybe 4 seconds, something like that. But they also have been fighting a little bit as well. So it's take a long pit stop for Scott in order to lose that race lead. Also, will they change drivers? I imagine. Yes, they will. Cooper Webster, who led in the opening stages of this event, back into the Evolution Racing Team car. The 088 has certainly been the class of the field so far in today's event. Have had certainly some very good competition, but they always seem to be out in the lead, apart from when they had that long opening pit stop. Brian Borg pitted on lap 40, did Borg, according to this. So he might take the lead for Premier Racing Team. Webster is still stationary up to 40 seconds. Need to get going quite quickly. This is a longer pit stop, though. And Cooper Webster, 45 seconds. That's in comparison to 41 seconds for Hines and Stokes. This could be close coming out of the pits. There is Webster, and he's just ahead of Hines and Stokes, but it's closer than we thought. The gap was 6 seconds. It's down to 1 second. But Brian Borg for apologies.
No, you're right there, mate. I was going to say, looks like we've got Goodall also coming to drive-through penalty for a collision lap 49. So last lap by penalty for him, and that'll be a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, Borg doing a great job with Marlon McMullen. Those guys looking very, very sharp. Thomas Hins all over the back of Kyle Stokes as well. These guys are scrapping now over the 3rd and 4th position. Just ahead of them, you can see Cooper Webster and Borg tipping through. So our top 4 on the track, very, very close together. Only 2 seconds separating these guys right now.
Tyler Bowden currently occupying P number 11. William Mitchell trying to put some pressure on him at the moment. Up 20 places, of course, is Mitchell. Car number 3, Pulse Racing Team Blue, have accumulated quite a few incidents, if I recall correctly, earlier on. They're on 25. Remember that if you get 35, then that's a penalty. So with almost half the race to go, they're going to really struggle to reduce that. And of course, it's always better to get a drive-through penalty early on for such an incident, because then you've got time afterwards to make up for it. You might have a safety car soon after, and the time that you lost isn't too affected. Of course, you lost some track position, but it's not too bad. You get it right in the last couple of laps, especially if there was a safety car just prior, then that can be absolutely disastrous for them. So could be a tricky situation for them. William Mitchell accumulating 12 of those incidents, so pretty much half and half. Tyler Bowden, meanwhile, I think with a couple more as well, 28. Certainly an element worth keeping an eye out on in the closing stages of this race. Also, Sim Racing on 33 currently. Middle Finger Racing, Austin Hurley with 33 as well. And then we got Middle Finger Racing number 66, Daniel Stevens with 32, Middle Finger Racing number 17, a bit of a pattern there for me here, on 34, and yeah, Pulse Racing Team Blue on 25. So yeah, expect a few penalties for drivers, which will all come up on your screen.
Forzan pushing up again after his drive-through, finds himself in 12th now that those pit stops are cycled through. So just ahead of him is Tyler Bowen in the RRT car, right behind Bill Mitchell, hanging tight at the end of the Camel Straight there, trying to use that draft. These guys down in the 12th and 13th positions respectively, and fighting on pretty solidly. Not too far behind that, Ken Latta and his teammate Scott Gamble, both those drivers involved in some earlier incidents, but able to recover, and I believe potentially taken a fast repair for both those guys as well. So they've got plenty of racing still left in it, and the guys in the top 15, really anyone's in a good position here with the use of the safety cars coming out. Could see them really starting to shake up that top run to the line.
Yeah, I was talking about maybe 20-30 minutes ago about how we could perhaps have some more drivers going a lap down here. Still, it's a really long lap. I cannot emphasize that enough. It's not quite Nürburgring, it's not quite Le Mans, but it's pretty much the next longest circuit that we've got in all of iRacing, and that is allowing many drivers to stay on the lead lap. I don't know if we can get maybe the track map up again. Just show how, yeah, about 1 minute 30 separates the first place down to 32nd. Middle Finger number 17, only 2 minutes and 3 seconds off the lead. They really do want to stay on the lead lap. Here is Cooper Webster. Still the race leader, of course. Brian Borg losing a few places in the last few laps. Because he's on older tyres. I mean, they're only about 10 laps old, to be fair, for Brian Borg. Running a very alternate strategy at the moment. I think going for that mega undercut earlier on. It yielded him the race lead for a bit, but we were fully aware that it probably wouldn't last for too long. Although I kind of like this strategy, to be honest, Daniel, from Brian Borg. He pitted about 7 laps earlier than most of his rivals when he was in that lower top 10. Pitted mega early, got a massive undercut, and now he's kind of clear of them. Of course, he will be under pressure from them later on in the race, but I think he's going to have to make the same amount of pit stops as them. And, you know, if you can avoid a big pack of cars, then it's probably the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something that Premier's been able to really do well over the last few seasons. They always seem to be able to play themselves into a good position at the back end of the race, and they're doing it again tonight. Obviously, finding themselves in 4th position right now, still plenty of time and laps left on the board to make something more out of it. But they're really coming into contention right where they need to be at the moment, which is great to see for them. And I think looking at the pace, they're not too far off outright comparative to the guys around them, the Zuva car and the ERT cars, which is a really good thing for them, and that's right exactly where they're going to want to be. A little further back, Andrew Gillam and Scott Nolan. These guys are scrapping down over the 7th and 8th position, so good little battle here. Nolan trying to go to very defensive and not allowing that through. A little bit of contact too.
Didn't want to let him pass, did he, Nolan? That was the last thing on his plan. However, he has got 10 lap older tyres. So you really expect Gilliam, who took over from Taliancic, did he? No, I think that was someone else, apologies. Oh yeah, apologies, it was Taliancic. So of course, Taliancic, because he's a fuel god, staying out for a couple of laps later than his rivals. Oh, we got a spinner. That is Kane Houston, the 111 car. Well, that's a shame for them. We haven't seen too many errors like that recently. And Houston on that last lap lost, well, to be fair, he only lost about 4 seconds due to that, so it's not the end of the world. Only loses 1 places. However, that's very welcome for the 777 car to get past the 111 car, and you Gillam up into 7th place now, and that is very satisfying to watch on the graphic. Should just give a shout out to some of the sponsors, of course, of this series. We really recommend checking out, of course, Acuta Solutions, the title sponsor of this series, and of course providing hardware and safety equipment, and of course Next Level Racing, Abruzzi Racewear, Motes and Simulations, Knight Rider Designs, Wolf Graphics, Soundblock, Blacklock Media, and Race Management Service. Thanks to all those guys for supporting the series, and certainly do check out all those products. And of course, they are offering prizes as well for some of the drivers as well. A mixture of prizes for championship winners, along with a few raffles as well amongst the drivers. Yeah, really great to see that support coming from those companies. Chris Robinson trying to chase down driver at the moment, running in 21st place is the Series 4 car. Down 15 places is Robinson. Remember, they started alongside their teammates, the Mach 1 Esports pink car. However, we've seen quite a bit more of the pink car. Seems to have had a little bit more pace today. But, Chris Robinson still doing a decent job, and you can see he seems a bit faster right now than the KRF team ahead.
Yeah, the KRF team had a little bit of issues early on. We know Sean Thompson involved in a few dramas, but great to see those guys pushing through. Looks like we may have an interview here with Mark Samuels for Mach 1 Esports as well, so we might get him up and have a bit of a chat to him, see how they're going. And here he is. G'day, Mark. Looking very, very good out there for you guys. You've been involved in a few little incidents along the way, but all in all, the team are having a very solid run here tonight.
Yeah, g'day Dan, and g'day to yourself and the team, and looking good out there. Broadcast looking good, cars looking good. It looks like guys drivers are putting on a pretty good show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Forzan Nabi and Cooper Murray doing a fantastic run in the pink car, finding themselves up towards the pointy end. They had a little bit of issue along the way, but now at the moment sitting down in 11th, they're looking very, very good at a turn of speed. But besides those, how are the other guys going? The team very well represented.
Yeah, look, we've got the 4 drivers out there. I think they're all hovering around the back end of the top 15, somewhere in there. So hopefully maybe another safety car or something like that. Maybe they could roll the dice and maybe pick up a few more spots. It'd be nice to have the number 21 with Harley and Forzan right up in the top 10, but we'll see how.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, without giving the game too much away tonight, how are you guys finding the track conditions and the car through the long run?
No, it's pretty good. I think with this new tyre model, you can't really go out there and really push too hard straight away. But you need those tyres to come up to temperature. So I know in the 04, we basically just take it to the end now. Chris will drive it to the end. We've done got our laps out of the way, and he'll just take it to the finish and hopefully pick up some of these guys in front that maybe pick up a drive-through penalty or something with their incident points.
Yeah, fantastic, man. Well, look, we'll let you get back to it. Obviously, you're keeping an eye on the boys and making sure they do well. But before we let you go, is there anyone you wanted to give a shout out and thanks?
I think the whole team at Apex for making the AOSC in 2020 happen. Pretty excited about that. So yeah, thanks to all you guys behind the scenes there making that happen. And then Nick's put in an amazing amount of work. From the Mark 1 side, we've got Compote, which is our major sponsor, and then Night Rider Designs, Sam Blacklock Media, and all the rest of the team behind the scenes putting in the hours to make the results possible.
Fantastic, mate. Well, all the best for the rest of the race out there, and certainly be keeping a very close eye to see how your guys go out there. So yeah, all the best, and we'll look forward to seeing it.
Thanks, Dan, and all the best to you guys as well. See ya.
That was Mark Samuels, team owner there at Mark 1 Esports, and his guys doing a really good show. We're just seeing him in the back of frame, so currently down in the 11th, 12th, Scott Gamble there in the 14th position. So they're well and truly well represented up and down through the midfield at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, also running in a 21st place as well, the 04 car. Yeah, interesting that they seem to be running the same driver to the end of the race now, and that 04 car got their driver times completed. 65% of the laps, of course, can be completed by one driver. All driver pairings out here. You're not allowed 3 drivers. You are allowed 3 drivers on your team, but yeah, only 2 drivers can take to the track. So yeah, those guys just running to the end of the race. Of course, 3 changes you've got to make during the event. Pretty much everyone with the couple of safety cars that we've seen so far adhering to that. Still, as I said a few times, we are waiting for the random safety car to be deployed. Oh, that's a slide. He's keen. He was certainly keen to get past Ruben Goodall there. But 73 just giving the 940 a little bit of a tap. These guys on similar tyres, same amount of pit stops, same length of pit stop on that last one. So this is a proper fight we are seeing. And this is for 16th place at the moment. They are lapping about a second a lap faster than the couple of drivers ahead, who are on significantly older tyres. That's Bowen and Mitchell. And they're only 5 seconds behind, and yeah, like I said, catching by about a second a lap at the moment. So whilst they want to fight, of course, they might also be worth just staying in line for now and catching up to the drivers ahead as Brian Borg comes into the pits. So he last pitted on lap 40. This is now lap 55. So these are interesting tactics being used by Borg and the Premier Racing team at the moment, Daniel. But a few very short stints he's using right now.
Yeah, it also looks like a driver change going on there with Mullen getting back in behind the wheel. So they could be setting themselves up similarly to like the Mark 1 guys were doing and looking forward to keeping their faster guy in the car for the remaining run. Kyle Stokes here has got mirrors full of Thomas Hinds in the Zuva car right behind. These guys scrapping over the 2nd and 3rd position. A little bit of lap traffic just ahead for them to contend with. But these two have not been that far apart since the last round of pit stops. And looking at the way they're driving, Stokes just a touch of a lockup, being forced into a lot of issue here. Could be a fair bit of pressure being applied there by the looks from Hinds, which is really going to make this interesting to see. He's one of the lap down cars just stepping sideways. Great sportsmanship there, just allows a solid battle just to continue on, which is great to see.
It's been remarkable how similarly matched, particularly these top three teams have been for a while now. Carl Stokes was about 6 seconds behind the race leader about half an hour ago, and the gap now about 8.5 seconds. Of course, gained a lot of time during the pit stops, but now with these slightly older tyres that they have, a couple of laps older than the race leader, just dropping back a little bit now, having to negotiate this traffic as well. Mega difficult for Stokes to deal with this. Hinds, of course, saving a bit of fuel as well. Probably not going to be pivotal. We don't think that they're necessarily close to a threshold to get to a certain point. Everyone else should have to make 2 pit stops to get to the end of the race. You can pretty much pit now and get to the end with 2 more pit stops. So that's not too much in question. As Stokes starts his 57th lap of this race, and still Hinds just cannot get past. Been sitting behind him for many laps now at this point. 11 seconds there ahead of Andrew Dyson for DPR Racing 1. The rest of the top 10 relatively spread out, apart from Vaughan versus El Nabi, which we might have to change our attention to in just a moment, because El Nabi lapping a couple of seconds a lap faster. However, this game mega close now. Stokes, half a tenth of a second ahead of Hinds. He pulls out, looks to the inside. Side by side are these two drivers, and finally, Thomas Hinds moves back up into second place. He gets past Carl Stokes. Not much defence put up at all there, Daniel. Do you think maybe Stokes didn't care about losing that position? I don't know, but that was, not much defence put up whatsoever.
No, not a lot of defence, but it could be a little bit tactical as well. Obviously, if he has the opportunity to jump in, sit in the draft for a bit, that's a little bit of fuel mileage that he'll be able to get in that in the Mustang. So that'll ultimately help later on. Maybe we'll cut down that stationary pit stop time just a hair, but if anything, it's going to allow him just to cool those tyres off a touch as well, and he can now start applying the pressure to Hinds and see what sort of mistakes he's able to force himself into.
El Nabi has got past Stuart Vaughan. That's for 7th place. Mach 1 Esports Pink gets past Evolution Racing Team 027. We have been a little bit quiet, have the 27 car, but very stable. Joe McKnight and Stuart Vaughan in that car, but kind of just been always at the back end of the top 10. Slowly making their way up through the order. El Nabi, of course, on older tyres as well. It's just the way that this stretch years works. Hasn't always looked so positive for him after not taking pitting at that first pit stop, and ever since then he's or that team have been off sequence with their rivals. However, just a safety car would certainly bring them right back into range. They are nearly 50 seconds off the lead, which is remarkable considering how much pace Mach 1 Esports Pink have had. But with that penalty as well that they picked up early on, that was really the big moment for them. But yeah, we will get at least one more pace car by the end of this race. Few drivers dropping, or few teams dropping 1 lap down, crucially, because you want to stay on the lead lap. Otherwise, you won't get the benefit of the pace car because you'll still be 1 lap down. And crucially, you'll be 1 lap down on the drivers ahead of you. You won't be able to catch back up to the train. So PRA 37, Pulse Racing Team Yellow, Middle Finger Racing Team, and number 17 have all fallen 1 lap down quite recently. And then we've got RRT LeBlanc and PRA 969 and a few others who are at risk of falling a lap down in the next few laps as well. So for those guys, a safety car would really be very useful. Here's a battle just outside the top 10. Jordan Caruso, by the way, just coming into the pits for Evolution Racing Team. That's the 42 car. Ooh, contact. Goodall getting a shove from Keane. I think they made contact a few laps ago as well, so maybe a little bit of a rivalry forming between these two drivers.
Yeah, a little bit of push and shove. Good driving there from Goodall, just to be able to save that slide mid-corner. I thought he might have lost it there, but just enough lock in the car to hold that slide. Keane pushing exceptionally well, but I have noticed now since McMullen's been able to break away following their pit stop, he's increased the gap quite a bit. So McMullen just teetering outside the top 10. Remember, he was sitting fourth just before they came in for their stop and switched between Brian Borg and himself. So a little bit of work to do, but they are well on their way through. We're seeing also a penalty for the 019 car as well up on screen, so just exceeding the 35 incident limit points. So drive through for those guys, which will set them down a little bit further in the field. And that car is Aston Healy. So they're currently now in the 20th, and that's not a great run for them.
Was Hurley leading the race earlier on? Or am I thinking of someone else? I might be thinking of someone else. But Middle Finger Racing, yep, the car number 019.
Out front, however, we're really starting to see a pretty solid run now between the 088 extending now over 12 seconds ahead of Hinds and Stokes. So Cooper Webster, since he's got back out after those last round of pit stops, has really been able to extend that gap. And you can see the little graphic down in the lower right of your screen. That has grown by just over 6 seconds over the course of the last five laps there. So Cooper really getting on with it.
Yeah, this has been a brilliant drive so far from Cooper Webster and of course James Scott as well. Those two will undoubtedly be fighting for the championship, along with many other drivers out on circuit. But this would be a Vegas start to the season. Of course, it could go all wrong with a pace car and maybe just a spin on the after that. Then you could lose over 20 positions potentially. So still a long way to go. Over 1.5 hours to go in this race. A safety car will definitely come out, and probably a necessary one will probably come out as well at some point, with the couple that we've seen already. Field is spreading out though as we kind of get into the middle of this kind of this stint. About 21, 22 laps these drivers tend to go, and the majority of them pitted about 12 laps ago. So don't expect too many drivers in too soon, but expect the lap times just to drop off, and maybe a few more mistakes becoming more prominent as the tyres start to wear down a bit more. Chris Barnes, by the way, I believe just came into the pits. He will probably drop a lap down due to that. Yeah, he's just stationary in the pits. That is the car number 74. Since Thomas Hines, by the way, got past Carl Stokes, not really much of an increase in pace for these two cars. So I don't think Hines was necessarily being held up by Stokes, and you can see how Stokes is still sitting about 0.8 seconds behind. These guys just probably trying to limit the wheel spin, make those tyres last. I guess if we saw a safety car right now, it would be, well, I guess everyone would probably pit, although it would be pretty marginal. You still need 2 more pit stops to get to the end of the race for pretty much all these guys. So not too much of a strategy race so far. The drivers not having to change their tactics too much in order to get to a certain threshold. Goodall versus Keane, by the way. I think we should probably go back to that battle, because it's whenever we've gone to that battle, it's always been very entertaining. 7/10 of a second between these two. Keane still can't get past, and he could probably paint a very good portrait now of the back of that Ruben Goodall Pursuit Sim Racing car. He's been sitting behind it for probably about 10 laps already. He's also made a couple of dents in it as well. I don't know if he maybe preferred the look of it like that. They've also got Sean Thompson, who has a spin at La Source, car that they just negotiated very early on in the race, and has had a little bit of a struggling race as they KRF driver, the 092. However, he's only 1.5 seconds behind these guys and lapping nearly 2 seconds a lap faster. Just through a rouge, he just gained about 3/10. So we're going to have to probably watch behind pretty soon for Thompson coming up behind. Apart from that, not too many drivers out of position. We've also got Brendan Hobson, to be fair, who just came into the pits. He just did a 20.66. That's nearly, or that's over half a second faster than the race leaders. So Hobson, really some good pace for him at this point in the event with some fresher tyres on that car. As Corey Webster's into, apologies, Cooper Webster is into the pits. I was not expecting that. That's a couple of laps early, Daniel.
Yeah, that is an early stop for him. Not sure what's going on there, but it'd be interesting to see whether there is another driver change in this car. So keep an eye on that. But all of the top 3 drivers all coming in. The car of Thomas Hinds, Kyle Stokes also in the lane. So those guys basically mirroring each other off at the moment, which is a very interesting strategy for all these guys. And I think we'll see DPR1, yes we are, jumping up to the lead of the race. So another change for position. We've also got shoot number 1 car in as well. So plenty of drivers thinking about coming and getting that early stop knocked over.
So Gilliam then seemingly still... apologies, got the pace car on. Did you mention that, Daniel?
No, I didn't hear about that one, although, yeah, interesting to see we've got Nico Osler back out in the Acuta safety car, so we'll keep an eye on that going around. He's got DPR Racing 1 at the front of the field there. A lot of guys, as a result, jumping into the lane. You can see the graphic up on the left there going a bit berserk. A lot of drivers hitting that lane, and we're going to see probably a lot of driver stops coming as a result of this.
So that was perhaps the reason why so many drivers pitted previously to get their pit stops done, because if they hadn't have pitted, then the safety car may have actually held up the race leaders potentially, which would have been absolutely disastrous because then they would have had to fall into the back of the train. Yeah, this isn't great for Andrew Dyson. I'm trying to think of a good point for Andrew Dyson, the car number 72. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to work out for him, the car number 47. But he's going to have to pit in about 5 laps time anyway, and he's still got 2 more pit stops to go. Whereas everyone behind is going to have fresh tyres and only 1 pit stop to go. So, yeah, that's not feeling for him. Neither brilliant for Kane Houston either. Maybe they were trying something a little bit different. But not looking too promising for them. But this is the pace car that a few drivers would have wanted to see as well. A few drivers who have maybe had struggling races, particularly the Mach 1 Esports pink car, the car number 21, Harley Haber in that car. He just pitted, only 3 pit stops, by the way, for that team. And that's very much brought them back into play. However, they are in 9th place behind Stuart Vaughan. So he lost out to Vaughan. So Haber got past Vaughan, and then a longer pit stop for Harley, and lost that position back again. Pretty much the entire field will be pretty close already by the time we finish this first lap under the pace car. And it's a big decision now whether or not Andrew Dyson wants to come into the pits. To me, at least, Daniel, it's a bit of a no-brainer for DPR Racing and Team Hyperdrive to both duck into the pits, because I don't really see the advantage of staying out.
No, I would expect we'll probably see these guys duck in the lane. We'll just closing through the final run of Bolshevik there. We'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, I think we will see those guys, which at the end of that will effectively promote Cooper Webster in the 088 Evolution Racing car back up in towards the lead of the race. So I think we'll see if the 72 comes in a Dyson, we're going to at least see the next 3 cars all get wave arounds. Actually, ooh. Dyson staying out, which is a very bold move at this point of the race.
I mean, credit to him. He's mixed up the strategy. I'm not sure if it'll work. Let us know on the chat. Do you reckon this? Do you reckon Andrew Dyson and DPR Racing 1 are going to win this race now. They did start in 4th place, to be fair, did Dyson. Of course, they've been running pretty high up for the majority of the event. But they did last pit on lap 47. Like I said, they're going to have to pit within about 5 laps of the pace car coming into the pits. So, and we'll have to pit 2 more times to finish the race. So, it's struggling to see how this will work, but could well happen. Just looking at Joby Stewart, has he just lost a couple of positions there, or maybe Giles moving a little bit around on the timing screen. Thought there may be some overtakes going on, which obviously would not be permitted under such circumstances. Everyone up to 22nd place in the train. We've got Matt Stratford, who's just a little bit further behind at the moment. Just catching up to the back of the pack, the car number 54 down in 23rd place. And in terms of drivers who are on the lead lap now, we've got everyone up to Roy Clark. So Roy Clark just about stayed on the lead lap, car number 41. I think that was by a handful of seconds. So the pace car came out for a good time for him. And he'll be able to catch back up to the back of the train. However, he is nearly, he's got about 3/4 of a lap still to catch up. Bad luck for Brett Gerrites out there for Middle Finger Racing 66. Because, they were the first driver to be 1 lap down. And at the moment, at least, no sign of any wave arounds.
No, I think with Andrew Dyson staying out front, we should... we'll see those cars remain in between himself and Cooper Webster there. So that'll be the first 3, the cars 2nd, 3rd, 4th in frame there. So they will... be keeping a weather eye on the rearview mirror just to see how they go. We are hearing safety cars definitely in this lap as well. Looks like we should get the field relatively compressed. There's 1 car up on the front straight, which is car 33, which is in the capable hands of Mark Newton. Other than that, we've got a couple of cars just coming down the back end of the Camel Straight. So we should get a reasonably well compressed field at the conclusion of this start.
Yeah, Roy Clark just starting his 61st lap, so we'll certainly be closer than he was before. That's at the very least. So, so was that a random safety car then, you think?
Yeah, I think it was. I didn't hear anything around any drivers being stuck out on track. So I think this might be the random one we were looking for. We're also seeing 2 in the chat, and thanks to Mark Harrogate for it. Dyson's only completed 29 laps, so Dyson could be staying in that car for the remainder of the race, which could be a very interesting strategy for those guys.
Yep, could be the case. Last time we saw the drivers on older tyres setting off from a safety car start, they were actually very strong from the first couple of laps. Then they started falling down a bit, so don't expect necessarily the entire field to flood straight past Andrew Dyson. He should be able to hold his own for a lap or 2, as he pulls away a little bit. Cooper Webster knows that he's in a pretty good position right now. He's got the driver behind him, Kane Houston, of course, with older tyres as well, along with a few back markers as well surrounding him. He's got some protection. He's got a bit of an army around him, which is very good from his position. Andrew Dyson, though, crawling up to the bus stop. Tyres will be cooling down at this point. Could be a sketchy couple of laps for these drivers. We expect 1 more pit stop for these drivers. We've got just over 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. The car number 72, Andrew Dyson, rounds the final corner, and he pulls out a nice gap straight away already. One of the back markers coming into the pits, 2 of the back markers coming in. I think they were teammates. Andrew Dyson with a 2.5 second lead already over Cooper Webster. Kane Houston in 3rd place. Can Jordan Ross challenge him at all going into La Sources? Some of the back markers start falling down the order. Webster, way too far back from Dyson to challenge him whatsoever. Up Eau Rouge. And still the back markers getting almost in the way. Could be a dangerous circumstance for a few of these drivers. But they are doing a good job at getting out of the way.
Yeah, it's a hard job for the guys trying to make sure they don't impede, obviously, the front runners here. I think they've all done a fantastic job. Just give enough room to allow these guys to come through. Cooper Webster, after his stop, chasing now after Andrew Dyson, Brett Loxton and Andrew Gilliam, Jordan Ross all going after it. Not too far behind this little group here and mixed up in quite a few other cars. You've got Marlon McMullen effective 7th at the moment as well. So they are well down the order as a result of that. And then right behind him too, Harley Haber getting a move back on. So we know Haber had those earlier disconnect issues which kept Forzan in the car, but Harley, one of the quicker drivers out there we saw at the start of safety car 1, was able to really extend a good lead on those used tyres. Obviously now coming back in with the fresh rubber, he considers the move down the inside of McMullen and will get that done. So very strong position gain there. A few back markers now that he will need to work his way through. But looking at the pace of that car, which has been really, really strong tonight, I don't see him having much effort in having to work too hard to get that move done.
Yeah, nice move once again there, and he's certainly putting himself back into certainly podium contention. Not sure if he's necessarily got the pace to win the race, but that team certainly do have a decent chance to. Mac 1 Esports pick up perhaps Nick snatching a top 3 finish. Joby Stewart's sitting behind Sean Thompson. Another driver's had a couple of issues. Craig Jones just going off the circuit a little bit, but he seems to be okay. They may have been dropping down the order for a slight moment, but no, just picking up a 1x, and that wouldn't be too bad for him. Stuart not being able to get close enough at the moment. It's difficult to spot which of these drivers are back markers, which of these are properly fighting. I'm sure these guys will have their F3 screens alight, and will be able to identify everyone who they are fighting. Oh, big contact there, almost merging into each other are a couple of cars. And that is Jeff Gucci, I think, dropping down a couple of places into 14th. Sean Thompson, one of the beneficiaries of that, up into 11th now. But he's got a long queue of drivers behind. This is going to be tough for him at the end of this straight. Trying to hold back all these guys. Sean Thompson at the front of this. Stewart in second, in 12th place overall. But has to stay behind, not close enough into Lecoum. Oh, look at this, a roadblock almost.
Yeah, it's almost a hard one to work out where you need to position that car. A little bit of contact potentially there. Thompson lucky not to get a turn on the right rear quarter there as he works his way back through that lap traffic. He's got one of the Commodores just ahead of him. He's trying to actually catch up on the back of Craig Jones in the 31, who's been able to clear that lap traffic well, and now being released, Sean will go after them. So great awareness there, but yeah, for all these guys working through this field and the traffic out there, probably the hardest point at this part of the race that we've seen them having to negotiate all that.
That was ambitious driving from Sean Thompson, but it's worked for him. He was almost switching inside and outside. So he was on a Scare Electrics track midway through each of those corners. However, managed to thread the needle through, and he's clear of those back markers. Of course, back markers really won't play much of a part once they get rid of these drivers. As going defensive was Varga just behind against Stewart. Has Stewart got past? No, he hasn't. Varga staying ahead, although those two are nearly side by side. To the inside goes Stewart, looking down the inside into the chicane. Oh, almost contact. I think Stewart has just about got ahead. Will there be contact on the exit? No, there isn't. Brilliant driving from the two of them. That is a great move from Joby Stewart, the 940 car. These guys very much in the same race, pitted on the same lap. 4 tyres. Back comes Varga. And that was surprisingly easy for him. Leaves plenty of space though for his rival. That's good to see. However, he maybe just took a bit too much of a tight line there. And still plenty of opportunities around this Spa circuit to come back once again. 5 or 6 really good opportunities at an overtake. However, he runs wide through a rouge, leaves him tight for Radion, and a poor exit up the Camel Straight. Now he's got his teammate to worry about just behind in Chris Robinson. And now he's trying to defend as well. Bit of a late move, arguably. He's still trying to fight his teammate. He's fighting everyone right now. Is Stefan Varga, who was at the front of this train. However, now He might just have to back down to his teammate. Don't make contact, guys. Almost blocking the circuit at the moment. There's no way through for the 018 car, and that's in the end worked out really well for Varga. I say really well. He's lost one place, but awfully for Robinson.
Yeah, that was a hard one for both those guys. Brent Hobson trying to also work his way through in the 018 car there, and lucky not to get any contact. You could see the way Varga was moving that car around, really trying to hold off, and luckily everyone was able just to get enough room to move their way through. But these guys still scrapping just over the 13th, 14th, 15th position, so they're not too far off the back of the top 10, but every place absolutely critical, especially for the Endurance Championship and the points overall.
Not sure if we saw Cooper Webster overtaking for the lead. It was quite inevitable that it was going to happen, but I think we may have missed that one because we've been watching this so much. He's now 4 seconds ahead of Jordan Ross, who's just got past Andrew Dyson as well. Dyson, of course, with those older tyres, will be in the next couple of laps. Gilliam in fourth place. He's going to be next up on that list. Should be able to move up into fourth place quite soon. Ross and Dyson still fighting one another quite hard, I think, for second place, despite the fact that they're really in two completely different fights. There is Ross finally being able to pull ahead of Gilliam, and now Dyson's dropped behind Gilliam. Loxton will be next for the 209 car. Was running as high as third place earlier on was Loxton, fighting for second place. Pit stops haven't really worked out for the Zuba Racing 209 car. However, he's got an opportunity of gaining a couple of places here. Pulls out, and now he's going to block in, potentially, Andrew Dyson. And he might even be able to get 2 cars for the price of 1. No, not quite. That was a good effort there from Loxton. Does move up into 4th.
Yeah, strong run there for Loxton. We're seeing also a couple of penalties being issued. The 66 of Brett Garitas for going over the 35 incident limit point, and the 940. That car will also need to come down the lane for their stop, or their drive-through as well, sorry. So for you guys catching up on the incident limits, we're still just over 30, or just under 30 laps still to go. 27 laps left in this race, and an hour and 15 minutes on the clock. So for the drivers that are hitting that incident limit point, they're going to have to be very, very cautious going forward for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I'll have a quick glance at it now. Injectors Racing are right on the limit. Pulse Racing blue, that's Nathan Anderson currently in the car. They're on the SSF. For Penrite Racing, 58 incidents, 48 of them being accumulated by Stuart Crawford. They could be in trouble later on, could get disqualified potentially. Also EXG Motorsports, Jet Bennett in trouble with 45. Basically, there's a lot of them. I could go through the entire list, but I wouldn't want to bore all our spectators. Otherwise, I think if we got to the end of that list, we'd perhaps have no viewers left. So basically, lots of people are close to the limit. We'll certainly keep an eye out on the race leaders as well, in case there's going to be any big changes in that. But these midfield drivers really do need to keep an eye out on it. James McKee, he gets up a place now. That's 20th place for him. Or if it's even further up, apologies, 17th place. He's going 4 places on this lap, has McKee. Well, brilliant few corners that was for him.
Yeah, pushing on well there. Spinner in the background too, one of the HRT cars. I didn't see who that was. Looks like also Job Stewart in for his drive-through as well. But yeah, that really opened the field up. You can see a little bit of carnage just behind Jeff Gaucher, Brent O'Brien, Tyler Bowen, all scrapping a little further behind. Brent O'Brien and Gaucher. We haven't really mentioned either of those 2 drivers much tonight. The AOT car in the mix there, but these guys well down the order comparative to where they would ideally like to be. We normally see Brenton and the guys up towards the pointy end, but yeah, a little bit of work to do. You can see a move going on at the back end of the Camel. That's a nice solid move there from Brenton, and picks another position off.
I think Gucci had a little bit of a struggling restart as well. But yes, still up 8 places as the 051 car from their start, which feels like a while ago. Pretty much all the grid positions pretty much useless. And of course, hopefully in future rounds, in these enduro races at least, we're going to have a top 10 shootout. It's going to be epic to watch, undoubtedly. For the sprint races, which we will have for next time out, next week. First 4 races back to back each week, and of course we've got about 3 or 4 great races across the season. Very good schedule put together by the organisers, of course, and yes, 6 enduro races, 10 sprint races, with a mega competitive field. We're going to see plenty of different race winners. Cooper Webster and Evolution Racing Team 088 have been very impressive today. However, no doubt there'll be many other teams taking wins off them in the enduro races and particularly the sprint races across this season. But they do lead by 6 seconds currently. Lap 68 of this race. We expect probably to run out of laps. 93 laps, 4 hours. We've only had 1 caution in this second half of the race. Track temperature pretty cool out there as well, so good times being delivered by the drivers. 28 degrees, just ticking down to 28 degrees in fact, and overcast crucially. 1 o'clock in the evening, so it could be apologies, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It could be a lot warmer than it currently is, but lots of cloud for these drivers cooling down the circuit, so the lap times are very competitive at the moment. Mark Robinson then, who lost out massively from fighting his teammates earlier on, this time he's trying to get past a driver in order to have a best shot of his teammate. He's trying to get past Brenton Hobson. He's had a good pace at different points in this race as Hobson, taking a slightly alternative strategy earlier on in the event, although since the last pit stop, pretty much everyone going to the same strategy. But still, Robinson 0.4 of a second behind, can't get past Hobson.
No, Vargas struggling just a touch there, and obviously we did see him having a really big fight only a few laps ago, and you can see that little bit of a wiggle in the back of that car as well. So Chris Robson with a bit of a wiggle in his car will jump to the on-board, and actually might be interesting to go for a lap on board here and just see how much wheel work not only these drivers doing, but how much of these cars moving around around a lap here of Francorchamps circuit.
Absolutely. Of course, no turbulence for these drivers, but the concertina effect is really strong in these things. So, of course, the driver ahead, no, it's not rocket science. The driver ahead always got on the power earlier than the driver behind, and so you're constantly lagging a few car lengths behind, and with the slipstream effect not too strong in this thing, really can be tricky to overtake. But if there's any crumb of comfort, very long braking zones in this car, so you can come from a decent length back to go for an overtake. Robinson though round Blanchimont, absolutely no chance whatsoever. Pretty much a gentleman's agreement on the most part on iRacing not to go for moves around this part of the circuits. Bit of understeer picked up for Robinson, doesn't want to pick up a 1x. The driver's very astute with that so far today. Wide though for the driver ahead. Robinson fancying his chances now. He'll pick up as much slipstream as he can. This could be a brilliant opportunity. Looks to the inside as the Mach 1 Esports Blue driver into La Source for the 69th time in this race. They are still side by side. Should be a better exit for the driver on the outside. And yeah, Robinson perhaps almost too kind there. Could have checked out a little bit further. And has to wait behind.
Yeah, good strong move for Hobson there. Robson still pushing very, very hard here to get a move done with a run down the Camel Straight. This will be really interesting just to see how strong that draft is. And likewise for his teammate Steve Varga. Also got a couple others closing in on the back, Corey Preston and James Mackey as well. So this is going to turn into a very close little 5-car train in the not too distant future.
You'd expect Brenton O'Brien as well to maybe feature later on. He's about 6 seconds behind these guys, although struggling a little bit is O'Brien. About 7 seconds behind actually is O'Brien. Not sure if there's some issues there. Has got slightly older tyres. By the way, we saw a pit stop, I guess, for one of the drivers out there, the former race leader. Still Kane Houston, though, yet to come into the pits. It's only 3 times in this race as Houston last pitted on lap 47, so will almost certainly come in this time round. Could well be a factor maybe in a battle like this later on. As we go back to second place, Jordan Ross versus Andrew Gillam. Ross having to go defensive. He wants to hang on to this position, it seemed, or earlier on. He was quite happy to let go second place. But on this occasion, he really wants to hang on to it if he possibly can, seemingly. And if they start fighting, this will easily turn into a 4-way battle with Loxton and Haber on that last lap, pretty much matching them. 10th for 10th. Kane Houston, by the way, finally into the pits. So he will need for a couple of cautions in order to go to the end of the race from here. Most likely will have to pit on one more occasion. Andrew Gillam making his presence very known there, just peering down the inside. Not close enough for an overtake though. Ross not having to alter his line whatsoever. They're 7 seconds off the race leader. Cooper Webster almost in a, not necessarily in a league of his own, but just always has that extra quarter of a second on seemingly everyone else out on circuit. 088 car, very much on course for the opening race win of the season. Running wide there is Andrew Gillam. In terms of incidents for Jordan Ross, 28 incidents for him. So just another driver. It's difficult to appreciate really with these penalties, but of course you really do get them in the last 10-20 minutes of the race. It can be absolutely disastrous for you. If one of these guys got a penalty, for example, right now, they'd probably drop out to the top 10. So could be probably drop down to about 14th place, just behind Stephen Varga. So they really do need to keep an eye out on it, but still a few incidents we've seen them pick up in these last couple of laps since we've been following them.
Yeah, it's kind of what we're expecting to see with these guys as well, because they're going to continue to push exceptionally hard. There's a lot riding on this as far as getting a good points haul for the start of the championship and setting yourselves up for a really good rhythm, and obviously the team pairings make the most out of those ones. But watching the way Ross is pushing that car around at the moment, you can see him still sliding through the middle of Blanchimont there and holding on the exit. You see some lights flashing in the background. Harley Haber coming up on the back of Brett Loxton as well. So for all the troubles that Haber and Forsen have had earlier on, they're still finding themselves in a really good position, just sitting on the top 5 at the moment, and not too far away really. They could potentially find themselves up towards maybe the podium positions here.
Yeah, they've certainly got the pace to do so. We've known that they've been quick. The car number 21, Mac 1 Esports Pink, all race long. It's just various issues. I mean, if they could get a 5th place out of this would be pretty good for them, considering they've had a drive-through earlier on in the race, and maybe the strategy calls haven't quite gone their way. It will still be a decent result for them to kick off their season. Haber looking quick right now. He's trying to get past Brett Loxton. They are catching up to the drivers ahead. A couple of tenths a lap faster, Haber. Well, I thought he was driving quite calm there. Not so. Has a almost spin. Seen once again, some brilliant save from these drivers today. Some fantastic car control being exhibited throughout. That's only Haber's 5th incident for the entire race. So they've been pretty rare. But,
yeah, well, that's kind of something you expect from the Talana Haber. He's come a long way from his early start within the V8 a couple of seasons ago, and really worked a lot on driver control. He obviously does race in real life, and that's only aided to the speed that the kid's been able to have going forward. So I think for the 5 instances he's been able to do so far, it's been a fantastic result.
Of course, lets us know on the chat who do you reckon has the best chance of second place, because it is lining up pretty nicely. Probably Jordan Ross for Evolution Racing Team 143, probably the favourite right now, but all these other teams behind, Pursuit, Sim Racing, Zuva Racing and Mach 1 Esports Pink, very close. So let us know on the chat who you reckon will come out on top on this battle zone. Thanks everyone for tuning in. If you've enjoyed the video, please leave a like and of course subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network. There's probably 2 or 3, even 4 events each day involving a number of different cars, and of course including plenty more supercars action. So lap 72, the drivers are moving on to now. We are almost at the threshold where the drivers can get to the end of the race with one more pit stop. You'll see that pretty much no one's come into the pits for the last 10 minutes or so. However, once that threshold opens, expect a lot of drivers in so they can get the undercuts to the end of the race. We've kind of seen about 22 laps is as far as these drivers can go, which is approaching 50 minutes. So they probably need to go another 10 minutes or so in order to reach that limit, but once they get there, expect a lot of pit stops. I mean, what would be really interesting right now would be a safety car, because if we saw a safety car, then it'd be marginal whether or not you could get to the end of the race or not, and you can maybe come into the pits, but would have to do some fuel saving. So I've got my fingers crossed for that right now. That would make this race even more exciting than what it is currently.
Well, yeah, and I think if there was to be a safety car, it would really throw the cat amongst the pigeons with the different strategies and options people would try and go. Do you look at maybe sticking a quicker driver in? The options and chances that these guys could take would be absolutely endless at this point. Probably the ones that it would really assist the likes of Haber, who doesn't have quite as much load on that tank of fuel. He'd be a little bit shorter on the pit stops, so potentially could jump, but this is all speculation about the stops and how they could play out, but certainly something to keep us entertained. Brett Hobson still sitting in the 10th spot for Synergy Sim Racing. We did earmark him as one of those drivers and teams to be up towards the top 10 and up the point in. You see him sliding just a touch on the exit of turn 14 there, and it's another strong result so far. Chris Robson, Corey Preston and James Mackey really haven't let him get too far away, and this little train's just covered now, just short of 2 seconds covering these 4 cars.
Preston and Mackey have caught up by over a second on the last lap. I think they've caught up quite a bit on this lap as well, so it does certainly seem like they have a pace advantage. All on the same tyres though, these guys. All similar age, maybe a little bit older for Robinson, but I mean, I think the laps that he had extra were laps where we were perhaps behind the safety car. So Robinson almost into the back of the driver ahead. We've seen that many times today, but it's pretty remarkable with the large braking zones that we have in these cars, with the different lines that drivers take, that we haven't seen more of those crashes, seeing that we've seen in much easier cars to drive. Far more common than what we've seen them today. Hobson then under massive pressure from Robinson. Robinson a 1.5 tenths of a second behind on the exit of Radion. Into the slipstream he goes. At the moment, no defence being put up. The gap down to 1/10 of a second. Pulls out, does Hobson. And that is easy enough. So apologies, Hobson loses the position to Robinson. And he's up into 10th place now. I doubt that's going to be the end of the bat zone. Already he's under pressure from Hobson. Again, he's got to be careful now from the driver on the outside. He's boxed in. There's nothing he can do. And this could be a double overtake perhaps. If he's really fortunate, tries to keep part of his car alongside, gets ahead. And that is a superb move right there from Corey Preston. He was faster than those drivers, and he's managed to go around the outside of the pair of them.
Yeah, it's a big run on. It was all set up just by that run down into the end of the Camel Straight there. So a fantastic drive, got all the grip that he needed out of that car. And at the same point this little exchange was going on for positions, there was also a change just ahead of these guys as well, with Sean Thompson Craig Jones and Stuart Vaughan switching positions as well. So battling, continuing on, just on 21 laps to go, and we are about to start seeing the makings for a very, very good conclusion to the first race of the championship for 2020.
Yeah, so these drivers could definitely get to the end of the race from here, of course. On time, it would be marginal, but on laps, we've seen 22 laps completed by some drivers, 21 the more common. So they could certainly get to the end of the race from this point. So watch out on the live timing. You can get the link for that in the description below, provided by SDK Gaming. And you can see when all the drivers come into the pits. A couple of drivers into the pits. They are back markers, though. No, they're not. Apologies. Vincent Hobson and James Mickey into the pits. They were clearly listening to me. Side by side goes Stuart Vaughan, gets him back past Craig Jones. We've seen that a few times so far. That's turn one is a brilliant opportunity at an overtake. Side by side though, into Eau Rouge. Oh, we're still not getting side by side through Eau Rouge. We're going to have to wait a few more laps perhaps. We've got 20 more of them to see some proper side by side action do there. But Jones has got a really good exit past this corner. Looks to the inside again. No defence puts up by Stuart Vaughan. He really fought hard to get past before, and then he just leaves himself on the left side of the circuit, almost waving past his rival. It's costing them a lot of time, this battle. It's not really getting them anywhere right now.
No, it's a little surprising he's allowing that one to go through. He had the big slide job up into turn one, just got it locked up. The rears were starting to dance around a bit, but to allow Craig through as easy as he did, I'm kind of surprised. But it's just tweaking into that 20 lap range to go. Obviously one stop left for all these drivers. Those times and trying to keep those positions are all coming down to that critical end, and we'll have to see what's going up towards the pointy end. However, it looks like we're getting the first three cars all starting to line up. Jordan Ross has got Andrew Gilliam behind him, Brett Loxton got Harley Haber all over him as well. So battles potentially coming up for second and third, fourth and fifth. So we'll keep an eye on the run up towards the bus stop here. Ross just able to position that car right about where he needs to, just to maintain that that second spot. But all these guys working exceptionally hard, and here he is in the pits.
Interesting tactics from Ross. You'd expect one of the other drivers behind him to go for the undercut, but maybe Ross, just feeling under pressure, didn't want to be undercut himself. So this will spice up the action into the last half an hour or last 40 minutes of this race, because Ross will be very quick out to the pits. He'll be able to comfortably maintain that second place. However, he'll have very old tyres at the end of the event. And of course, he's going to have quite a bit of fuel as well. So maybe those fresh tyres won't be able to get the best benefit of them. So he's going to be on much more fuel than his rivals. So it could be a sitting duck at the end of the race, but well, who knows? We will wait and see. Certainly, these guys can go about 6 more laps from here. So I expect at least one of them to try that. Will Andrew Gilliam, now in second place, be the one to attempt a full stint here? Coming up to some back markers now. Gotta be careful. Plenty of other drivers, of course, coming into the pits. So Jordan Ross into the pits, Chris Robinson, Marlon McCullen, who was in 6th place, I believe, previously. Craig Anspach, who I swear I haven't seen all this long, getting into the car as well, and also Stephen Varga as well.
Yeah, so about now is probably about the time we're going to start seeing these stops coming, see a couple of cars. But further down the order, just having a solid battle amongst themselves. I'm sure they're not going to want to get involved in this as it comes towards the conclusion. But keep an eye on those guys. But yeah, surprising to see McMullen closing off Jordan Ross there and covering for that position. So those guys were very, very close on track, and they're maintaining that same strategy to the conclusion of this one.
So 11 seconds between the top two. What will Cooper Webster do? I mean, I imagine he'll keep an eye out, perhaps, on if any of these guys come in for an early pit stop, because one of them will be caught out, but he's staying out, he's staying resolute. Into the pits goes Gillum. So a full stint, not having that. Lots of gyros coming in, just trying to protect the undercut, I guess, or wanting to implement the undercut themselves. I imagine Brett Loxton will just stay out forever. I mean, that's what I would do, but these gyros are far better than I, and have much more experience than I. So Brett Loxton may be the only driver out of that battle for second place, staying out on the circuit. Also, Jones and Vaughan staying out as well, despite battling one another. They're not trying the undercut on each other for now. McMullen, of course, pitted on the last lap. Doubt he will get too much closer to those top drivers. Forza El Nabi back into that 21 car then.
Yes, that's a surprising change to see himself and Cooper switching. Harley Haber switching, sorry. Right there, Mullen lucky not to contact the back of Guy Leach, diving for the pit lane alongside him. Tyler Bowen also getting in the double RT car as well. But McMullen's actually lost a little bit of time comparative to Ross as a result of those stops. Obviously, we saw them sitting down. Oh, Haber! Is that Forzan El Nabi with a massive spin there as well?
Well, that was great to avoid there from McMullen. He would have probably been showing a yellow flag for that. But it was still good reactions, and I think just picking up a slowdown or an instant there. But you can understand how probably quite a lot of blood pumping around his body right now. Forzan El Nabi, yeah, you're absolutely right. Spinning, coming out of the pits, I imagine. He had just done a pit stop. Cold tyres. We haven't seen too much evidence of those cold tyres today, but perhaps that's the first sign of it, and this is how it happened. So he's already done a burnout then coming out of the pits. That's a wise strategy. Warms up the tyres a little bit, but comes out of the pits and straight away a loss of grip, and then a little bit of an unsafe rejoin as well. Oh dear, that wasn't brilliant to see, and almost spun again into his rival, but good driving there from McMullen to get past.
Yeah, that could have been very damaging for both those guys. Jordan Morgan just ahead now, Thomas McMullen. These guys are 9th and 10th on the road. But yeah, we could have been very easily seen McMullen and Brian Borg's conclusion of their race as a result of that spin. So be interesting to see what race control have to say about that, whether they deem it unsafe release or unsafe re-entry. But obviously that'll be for those guys to decide. McMullen down the inside. Gets a bit of contact, that's going to see a potential penalty there. Slows down to allow the redress, which does look a little more favourable. You see Forzan go through, but we'll have to see what comes of that one as well.
Yeah, so McMullen avoids collision first off, and then almost causes one himself, but okay, of course lets him pass that driver. Will reduce the size of the penalty. Of course, these drivers do have a license as well. They accumulate points on their license. I think it's about 40, and you get a quite hefty penalty, a 1 race ban, and then 60 2-race ban, and 70 you're out for the rest of the season. Hopefully, we won't see that needed to be used. But even just accumulating 35 incidents will add 5 points to your license. So it's can be quite easy to accumulate them, but needs to make a little bit of an effort to not get too involved in too many collisions, and you should be okay. Jay McKnight back into the car for Evolution Racing Team 027. They've fallen down the order a little bit since the last pace car. They were up to about 8th place, but going back down into 11th still. A couple of drivers yet to come into the pits. Craig Jones, one of them. Of course, the race leader as well, Cooper Webster, still yet to pit. Lapping 2 seconds a lap slower than Jordan Ross. If I were Cooper right now, Dan, once again, I am completely incompetent when it comes to driving a vehicle around a circuit. But I'd probably come into the pits just out of anxiety of perhaps being undercut. And, well, there he is now, coming into the pits finally.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably about the right time to come in, get the stop sorted and back underway. Obviously, a few guys behind had some issues. He's been able to gain that little bit extra buffer. So, You should see him come back through relatively unscathed. It will be a little bit shorter pit stop time as well, which will aid there as well. We keep an eye. Jordan Ross working his way around onto Francorchamps there, so getting back underway. He's got a little bit of lap traffic as well ahead of him, so I think he'll dispose of that pretty comfortably. You can see Cooper Webster still in the lane. Craig Jones has also ducked in from second place, I believe, as well. So a few guys now starting to knock over those final pit stops.
So Webster will stay ahead. He's coming up to the pits now. And of course, it's always very welcome when you're in the pits and you got drivers catching up to you. You cut turn one. So you get a nice, like, 3-second advantage right there. Gap, though, is smaller, as we expected. 6 seconds now between the top two. But Webster with fresher tyres, of course. So it should be pretty easy for him to the end of the race.
Yeah, with the pace and consistency that car has had so far over the course of the 3 hours 15 or 78 laps, I would expect them to remain out front, short of any major issues. You can see Ross just working his way through a little bit of lap traffic. So it's the 2.6 with Andrew Johnston behind the wheel. So just stepping aside and allowing those quicker cars to roll through. So smart awareness there. Andrew Gillum likewise getting through. So second, third, able to continue on their strong battle. Nick Coulson's had himself a pretty quiet race, finds himself up in the 7th position, and another strong result for the HTR car as well. Just ahead of them, Brenton Hobson, Jamie Mackey going at it as well. So potentially you could see the High Talk Racing car up into the top 5 if there is any contact from those two ahead of him as well. So a nice consistent run there.
Yes, James Mackey pitted. Apologies, I've kind of lost my pit data. But when was the last time that these guys pitted, or have they all kind of pitted similar times?
Yeah, Mackey's only just recently come in, lap 73, I believe. It was only a short stop, so not too bad for him there. But yeah, they actually, both himself and Brenton Hobson managing to gain a little bit more of a gap over Coulson. Right behind there, you can see Marlon McMullen pushing on as well in the Premier Esports car, down in 8th position after their stop. So they lost a lot of time advantage when they came in as a result of that lap traffic, which has really hurt them. So they're going to want to clear and dispatch of these 3 cars ahead to set themselves up for a good run for the final 10 laps here.
Yeah, McMullen, of course, having to first avoid that car coming out of the pits and then making a bit of contact with himself, and due to his gentlemanly driving, trying to let that driver back past, yet to see if he gets a penalty. Of course, for that, could still happen, or the stewards may not deem it as worthy for a stricter force. Further down as well, because we've got to keep an eye out on Forzan El Nabi, as round the outside through Blanchimont. It's a great move there. Haven't seen too many overtakes like that. Now the gloves really are off for these drivers. They can go to the end of the race with no more pit stops. It's a straight fight amongst the drivers who are currently in the cars. Adam Briggs, I think they have just got past past El Nabi. And Briggs with some pretty good pace. He's going to try to gain another place here past the 051 car. And this is frustrating right now for El Nabi, because the track has almost been blocked by these 2 drivers. Now he's going to go for a move, perhaps into Eau Rouge. Got better momentum. Are we going to see side by side through Eau Rouge? No, El Nabi just dropping out of it, but now we'll get a good launch at the top of the hill. And go on a pursuit down the Camel Straight, but no, not really much impression being made. And you can see how Adam Briggs is pulling away from these guys. El Nabi's just desperate to recover what positions he can. This really could have been a podium for the for the 21 car. Instead, a top 15 would probably be a success as it stands.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of damage limitation right now. They've got Adam Briggs just in front of them, lapping a little bit quicker, and we know the pace that we've seen from Fall Down all night. He's been exceptionally strong in that Mustang, so look for him to gain a couple of spots. But take nothing away from the guys around him. They're finding themselves in a pretty good fight. Matt Muggleton, Rob Barton, and Bill Mitchell. We haven't really spoke a lot of those three tonight, but putting on a good, clean, consistent result. For them to turn a position up inside the top 20 will be a fantastic result for their respective teams likewise. So still plenty to play for though, but they're pushing on well. El Nabi closing that gap down to Adam Briggs in front. The gap at the moment just sitting on a second, so closing down, but a little bit of traffic just ahead that we're going to have to see Briggs starting to get getting his way through.
Of course, still could be a safety car towards the end of this race. Of course, wouldn't mix up the action too much, we'd expect. It'd probably just keep everyone in the same order, but just bunch them up a little bit more. 3 safety cars we've seen today. 2 for drivers stranded at the side of the circuit, and then also 1 deployed as a random safety car. Of course, these endurance events having between 1 and 5 random safety cars, so there could still be another one, potentially. But certainly with 40 minutes to go, looking as though we'll have a clean run to the end of the race. Here comes David Baxter. Half moves into every single corner, taking the outside line into a corner. No, thank you. The RRT LeBlanc car trying to get past into every single one of these. However, currently sitting in 30th position, apologies, 29th position, and can't get past Greg Sharp. Paul Mansell only just behind. 46 car is Paul Mansell, who had a really good pace earlier on. I think was running as high as 20th position. In fact, earlier on was Mansell for Injectors Online Racing. However, just been a struggling race for them. I think they may have picked up a penalty for incidents accumulation, and perhaps could have been a slightly better result. But meanwhile, Baxter to the inside of the source, and this time looks much more promising for him. Gets alongside, gets ahead as a car just pulls out of the pits in front of them. And that will not be for position. That was a back marker.
Well, actually, that's Roy Clark, so that is a positional spot just in front there, the PRA car. So these guys looking to see where they slot in. Still down 26, 27th spot, so not too bad. You can just see one of the Fishy Motorsports cars going through in the background. Really surprised Greg didn't offer up much of a challenge there on Dave Baxter, but yeah, these guys still coming home for a good points haul at the end of this race as well, which is a good effort for them. But yeah, Clark doing a fantastic job after his last stop.
Yeah, we'll have refresh tyres for Clark, so he's 5 seconds ahead, behind, Michael Whiting currently. Clark, though, under big pressure here, a little bit off foot line there. Gingerly, currently driving. Managed to go very far on that last pit stop. In fact, pretty much, yeah, it didn't go too far, I think. I think the drivers pitted on kind of lap 60 for that last safety car, so it just kind of went further than a lot of drivers, but a lot of drivers decided to come in early, get the fresh tyres, particularly the front runners decided to go for that strategy. But it's time to mix it up a little bit at the front. We'll probably check in on those guys in just a moment, because still this battle pretty tight, because we've got Clark, Baxter, Sharp and Mansell all in a queue, along with a couple of back markers as well getting involved. Jiver has just said on the all teams chat, which I think might be against the rules to post on there, but someone's saying, my wish is for a safety car, as a few drivers I think will be hoping for at the moment. That's wide for Clark. I wonder if he's struggling with these cold tyres, cold fresh tyres. Does not want to get overtaken right away, because he wants to be able to use those fresh tyres to the best of their use. He's hanging on at the moment. It's the 41 car.
And just in the background, you saw Paul Mansell have a big run at the inside of Greg Sharp, trying to get his car down the inside. He's going to have a lunge here down into turn 1. Greg, just enough room to allow both those drivers through. So that's another position in the bag for Mansell and Guy Leach. So they're slowly working their way up. Obviously, we did see them up towards the very pointy end early on, and they're no doubt going to be a little bit bitterly disappointed being down this far at the conclusion of the race, but still pushing on, which is great to see for them. Well, we keep fixated on that. As you can see on the timing and scoring down the left-hand side, the gap, first, second to third, pretty well equalising out now. Cooper Webster has got himself a 8.6 second lead over teammate Jordan Ross. Adam Briggs in the Pursuit Sim Racing car a little bit further behind. He finds himself in third, and Forzan El Nabi is slowly closing in. So fourth, fifth looking pretty good at the moment, but yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Mullen just cleared Jamie Mackey. He's getting past another one of the Stealth Simforce cars down the Camel Straight, and actually, sorry, Brenton Hobson that he's just disposed of. He's got Jamie Mackey just in front of him, and they're fighting down for the 6th position.
Yeah, so McMullen recovering some good positions. He'll be, well, to be fair, if he gets back up to 5th place, that incident that he had won't affect him too much, as long as he doesn't get a penalty, of course. Which, judging by the fact that that was a few laps ago, you'd assume that he's not going to get a penalty. So, yeah, if he could get 5th place, that would pretty much be maximum for the car number 1, the Premier Racing team. So, 2.5 seconds behind James Mackey. Do probably start on him to catch that gap. Whether or not he'll overtake maybe is another matter. The battle for 2nd place, warming up. It's maybe put in like the microwave. It's kind of warm at the moment. It's not quite up and cooked yet. Jordan Ross, 1.6 seconds ahead of Andrew Gillam. That gap coming down by 1/4 of a second on the last lap, so it's gradually going down. Remember, Gillam with fresher tyres, pitted, I believe, just 1 lap later, to be fair, than Ross, but that 1 lap could be advantageous, considering that these two have been very evenly matched so far. Loxton now 3 seconds behind, but on that last lap did gain by about half a second. I think Loxton stayed out even later, so he'll have even fresher tyres. So no spats amongst these guys, but they are losing over 1.5 seconds a lap to Cooper Webster. Some mind-bogglingly good pace being produced today from the Evolution Racing team.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely standout run for those the RT cars. First and second on the track at the moment, and very, very dominant throughout the course of the race. Qualifying was another good run for both of those guys, and you know, to have the pace and consistency that they've shown all night, been absolutely fantastic. At the same point, take nothing away from the Pursuit Sim Racing boys down in third. They've had a fantastic drive on their way up through the field. Sam, your favourite driver, Sam Pothlewaite, running around down in the 24th, ideally not where they'd like to be. A little bit of damage on that car. They've got Matt Muggleton, Stuart Jobe, Connor McCluskey just ahead of them. But yeah, a little bit of a night to forget it with a massive slide on the exit of turn 18 there.
Thanks for pointing out Pothlewaite, because yeah, hadn't noticed him too much. But yeah, a slightly less action-packed second half of the race for him. Maybe that team just struggling at different points of this race, but still 23rd place. Might be able to get past here. Apologies, of course, yeah, Muggleton at the front of this queue, and then Pothlewaite. And then, of course, yeah, back marker as well, just getting involved. So Pothlewaite deals with that well. And yeah, next up for him will be Muggleton. El Nabi up into 16th place. Kinda. He's battling with Adam Briggs. Just about gets past. Briggs very quick, to be fair. but El Nabi in the 20s. Just a reference, Jamie Stovald just ahead of them. Stovald was up in the top 8 earlier on as well, to be fair. So not quite sure what's happened to the team Hyperdrive. Maybe just some instance. I think some of the Hyperdrive teams have got penalties for instance so far today. But El Nabi now only 2 seconds behind it and lapping nearly 4 seconds faster on that last lap. But beyond that for El Nabi, it's really not looking too promising. You got Caruso in 14th place, but he's about 12 seconds up the road. Might be able to catch by the end of the race because he's very quick as Forzan, but yeah, will be quite an effort. What he needs, of course, is a safety car.
Yeah, look, I think hopefully we don't see one towards the end, although it's a massive run wide through the turn 18 run there. That's not what he needs. It's using up all those last incident points. I'm sure he will get a slowdown as a result of that. You can see Briggs there locking up on the entry into the bus stop. A little bit of lap traffic. It's going to get out of the way here, and he will turn his attention forward. Jamie Stovald not that far up ahead, the 111, or sorry, the 111 down the inside. That's a hugely forceful move there from El Nabi, very, very late, and not able to pull that move off into turn 1.
He couldn't afford a 4x there, could El Nabi, because he's on 33 incidents. 2 more incidents, and he gets a stop-go penalty, which, I mean, that would pretty much cap it off. To be fair, you know, he's going to finish the race. He's going to get a top 20, it looks like. If he did get a penalty, he'd probably only fall down to 19th place. As such is quite a spread around this part of the field. So it wouldn't be too bad for him. But it would end his hopes of finishing in the top 15, which are dim at the moment. However, they're still possible. Apologies, top 13. Currently running in 15th place as he gets past Jimmy Stovald. Apologies, I managed to miss that one, seeing that we've all got these back markers involved as well. And Adam Briggs also gets him past Stovald, who seems to be struggling quite a bit right now. 24s on the last couple of laps, and this is a driver who has got pace to be in the top 10, so I don't know, maybe he's got some damage and used all his fast spares, or perhaps having to save some fuel in order to get to the end of the race. But yeah, not looking great for the Team Hyperdrive driver. Of course, this lap 84 of the race, we've only got, well, the race leaders are already on their 85th lap as well. So only got 8 more laps, so apologies, 9 more laps, including this one, 8 more laps after the one that the leaders are on. Will not need the full 4-hour time limit, although expect that to come into play perhaps a little bit later on in the season when we go to tracks with slightly lower average speeds than this, and of course we had a couple more cautions as well. I could have well reached that 4-hour limit, but instead these drivers able to just reference that lap counter.
Yeah, and I think for the opening race of the season, we've seen some really good running from all of the 49 cars that took to the field. You've got Rob Harris still working his way around down the 11th position. His teammate Sean Thompson has had probably a couple of issues he'd like to forget, but all in all, they find themselves just on the verge of the top 10. But like I say, for all the guys that turned up, put on a fantastic show tonight. It's been absolutely great, and we're only race 1 of the championship is the Enduro, but we've got plenty more racing to go. Another 15 events on the calendar, which no doubt we are going to see just as good a racing. Rob Harris has now got mirrors full of Danny Davison in the EXG car right behind there as we keep a view on the rear view camera. Davison, driver who's recently switched up the V8s, a lot of GTE, GT3 skill set, and great to see him getting aboard the V8 supercar as well with that team. But a little side note for anyone who wants to check the racing out from a slightly different angle, Rob Harris does do a bit of a YouTube channel and live stream for that, so if you want to check out the racing from another point of view within the teams, also good to see, and head over to Rob Harris there over on YouTube.
Yeah, great to see so many streamers, I imagine, in this field, and they've all had their different narratives as well. It would be fantastic to get some interviews with some of the drivers after the event. see how it was for you guys and kind of what your aims are for this season. In terms of the upcoming season, of course, 16 rounds this season. We've already spoken about how we've got 10 sprint rounds and 6 enduro rounds. The next enduro will be in just 2 weeks' time. You don't have to wait too long because that'll be at Daytona. And we've also got ones at Montreal. Expect the 4-hour time limits to be used there with the amount of safety cars and the slow speed nature of that circuit. And then also Barcelona, Imola, and Bathurst will be the season finale. That's some way to end the season, undoubtedly. That'll be on the 29th of May. A few break weeks, and then next week we head to Brands Hatch. I mean, that's going to be that's quite different to this place. I guess both old school circuits, both elevation change circuits. However, that's going to be mega difficult to overtake fans. I mean, that's going to be one of the most important qualifyings of the season.
Yeah, I think switching over to Brands Hatch for next week going to be a really good change of skill set and strategy that these drivers are going to have to employ to get the most out of those cars. Setup going to be absolutely critical to get the most under braking, because there's only a few spots on that track where you can really get a move done. So for the guys there, a big focus throughout the course of the next week will be on getting the most out of those cars and trying to unlock whatever little hidden gems they can find to get the most out of them.
So Bowden holding off Bill Mitchell still. 0-1-0 versus car number 3. Half a tenth faster was the driver ahead on that last night. Gets a nice little slipstream there. That may have just saved him, actually. Gives him a bit of extra pace. Bowden hitting a little bit deep into Lake Coombe. Gets a small slide on. However, he's fine holding on to that position. Only a couple of battles going on down the circuit. Of course, you can check out the live timing via the description. And on our screen, whenever we've got a close battle, it's red. Or when it's really close, it's red. When it's a little bit further out, it's yellow. And then when it's not really a battle, it's white. And there's a surprising amount of white now on the screen, which is a slight welcome relief for us commentators. For it's been an enthralling first 3 hours 35 minutes of this event. I've just got Davison v Harris out there. And of course, this battle, Bowden v Mitchell and Conor McCluskey versus Postlewhite as well. That's the battle for 21st and 22nd. And pretty much apart from that, everyone, not big gaps, but just like 1.5 seconds separating each one of the drivers at the moment. Postlewhite's 4/10 of a second behind McCluskey. On that last lap, he was nearly 2 seconds faster. So this one looks a bit inevitable, it has to be said right now.
Yeah, I think looking at the way Postlewhite's positioning that car, he's just sizing up where he can get a move done. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a run at the end here through Blanchard, maybe just backs it up a little bit more, sends it down through 18 and sets himself up for a really good run in towards the bus stop chicane. He's right up close on the gearbox of that Mustang. Thinks about a little dive into 18, which is a really tricky spot. Not many guys able to get it done. He fortunately just loses a little bit of position there, but closes right up hard under brakes, setting it up for a really square exit, which is only going to help him run into turn 1. So this is a move that could be set up multiple corners before, and Postlewhite seeing exactly what he can get out of this car right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just seeing where perhaps he's a little bit stronger than his rival, not necessarily showing his cards too much. Wants this overtake to perhaps be a little bit of a surprise. Wants to give his rival the least chance of the overtake. Get so used to these enduro races to, as commentators, just say, don't fight, so we've got ages to go in this race. And then all of a sudden he gets to the last half an hour. It's like, actually, yeah, this battle really does matter quite significantly. Could certainly be the way that these drivers, and they are 9 seconds behind Wiedas, Jack Wiedas in 20th place. If Postlewhite can actually get past right now, he might be able to catch up to Wiedas, and yeah, that'll probably be it, to be honest. Might get a top 20 though. That'd be very good on his resume. As he looks to the inside now. This is where he feels he's a little bit faster. Good driving around the outside from the Mustang. However, moving ahead is the Synergy Sim Racing 2 driver. It's up into 21st position now. Like I said, 9.5 seconds to catch up to Jack Wieders. He's about a second a lap faster, so may not quite make it. However, a little bit of a collision ahead, and he could certainly be in the mix.
Yeah, we've just got the graphic up on screen at the moment. You can just see the gap slowly extended over the course of the last few laps, being tucked up behind. So it'll be interesting to see. As I say, he is a little bit quicker at this point in time. So while the guys set up for their final 7-lap run to the finish, we could potentially see him getting another position up front. However, race leaders pretty well stagnant at this point. We've still got Cooper Webster out towards the front, Jordan Ross sitting in the 2nd spot, and the Pursuit Sim Racing car, Andrew Gillaham, down in 3rd. A little further back, we've got the teammates Chris Robertson and Kenneth Latta having a little bit of a scrap for the 9th and 10th positions, who come home for the Mark 1 boys. So good to see a little bit of inter-team rival, and we saw this these two cars having a fairly solid scrap earlier on through the mid portion of the race. I think also Brenton Hobson was involved in that battle alongside them. So they haven't been too far separated throughout the course of this one, and just proving how consistent the setups and the driving styles are between the drivers in that team.
Definitely. Yeah, they didn't help each other too much earlier on, if I recall correctly, where they were kind of fighting one another rather than necessarily helping each other. But of course, you know, they're still fighting one another for the championship, and it certainly didn't cost them too much time. Probably didn't make much of an impact on their end results. Kenneth Matt's then going to try to pull away from Chris Robinson if he possibly can. Robinson half a second faster on that last lap. A bit of a surprise move. El Nabi's got past Varga. So Varga just had an awful lap. Don't know what happened to him. 25.26. That's compared to basically what he's been doing. He's consistently been in the 22, so 3 seconds slower on that last lap. El Nabi then got past, and now Briggs as well. I think it's probably going to get past him quite soon for him. So yeah, disappointing right there for Varga, as I think we just see a replay of how that happened. El Nabi, by the way, on 35 incidents. So we might see a penalty for him.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that. You can see the scrapping just behind between Briggs and Varga on the exit, but El Nabi now clear of that. He's got a little bit of lap traffic ahead. I don't see him being able to close down the gap to the car ahead. The gap quite wide at this point in time. However, we know how quick he has been, if not one of the quickest cars the last few laps of this race. So there's potential that we could see another positional change, but we will keep an eye on that. Jamie Stovald and Adam is running around there in the 17th position in the 111. So solid run for him there. A little bit of lap traffic behind as well. So another night of what could have been for the hyperdrive car, but all in all, still a great run for them.
Yeah, and everyone who got to half distance in this race will score points. So not too tricky to score points, and of course with those two faster pairs as well. As obviously Stick at it should be able to get to that point and help yourself in the championship undoubtedly. Next round of the championship, of course, Brands Hatch. Only 45 drivers will be eligible for that. You think we've got 50 teams out here? It doesn't take fantastic maths to realise a lot of people aren't going to make the cut. There is a second division race that will be held, but of course we will be broadcasting on the iRacing Esports Network the top split of that event, and will be mega difficult for some of the drivers to get in. Top 30 drivers from last season will automatically get in, but those last 15 spots will be hotly contested, especially around quite a unique circuit as Brands Hatch. Michael Whiting, 1 lap down, but still in a tight battle with Matt Stratford at the 25th and 26th positions. Whiting was half a second slower on that last set, so maybe getting overtaken by Stratford. That's Whiting looking a little bit faster at the moment for Fishy Motorsports. Good livery on that thing. A lot of good liveries, to be fair, out here today, undoubtedly. Everyone with their own distinct style, which is really good to see. Of course, the series going on for a while. These teams very much established. They have their own unique styles on their liveries, and I'm a big fan of the Fishy one.
Yeah, it certainly stands out. Very similar green to what we're seeing on the ERT car that Jordan Ross has been piloting. But all in all, it's a very striking livery of the fish down the side. A little bit different to what we've traditionally seen from a lot of cars out there, but something that certainly does grab the eye as you see it go.
So further up the field, Bowden versus Mitchell. 3/10 to a second. Good exit from Mitchell here. He's going to be almost the perfect distance away from Eau Rouge. You don't want to be right on the back bumper because you really limit your sight. But the distance he's at the moment still runs a little bit wide to the middle, and you can just see there, not really wanting to risk it too much. Being remarkable how few incidents we've seen at that corner, especially seeing as if you run a little bit wide onto the AstroTurf, you can easily spin the car around, but instead the drive's been very clean, kept it on the circuit on the most parts. And yeah, Bowden hanging on to that one. Just see how many incidents these couple of drivers have got. Bowden himself on 32 incidents, so he's very on the limit at the moment. Haven't seen too many penalties given out for that recently, despite a couple of drivers just going into that limit. So even Premier Racing Team on 31, Pulse Racing Team Blue, and Pulse Racing Team Yellow, all on 31. So been really tricky for these drivers to keep it below the limits. But I think a few of them will just about get away with it with about 3 laps to go. Battle for second place. Oh, sorry.
But you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, the battle for second place. I said that it had been put in the microwave. It's been put in the fridge. Let's say it's been preserved because it's still there. However, it's not particularly hot at the moment. Jordan Ross. Knew I was going to make that mistake at some point. Jordan Ross, 3 seconds ahead of Andrew Gillam. Really good pace though by Ross, to be fair to him. Of course, with older tyres, well, not older tyres, but still, you know, they've been really evenly matched. Marginally more pace perhaps than his teammate Carl Stokes. I'm sure Stokes will thoroughly disagree with that one. But 3 seconds ahead of Gillam. Loxton, despite having pressure tyres in the pair of them, again, failing to make much of an impression, has been marginally faster, but only caught up by maybe a tenth a lap on average, which on a long circuit like this is quite negligible. So looks as though that's going to be the way it ends. McMullen as well, failing to catch up to McKee late on. So it seems like that contact for McCullen with that back marker will cost him 5th place. However, 6th place will not be too bad for him. Also got Stovold versus El Nabi once again. Has El Nabi just taken a... Did he come into the pits? I think he may have taken a drive-through penalty, El Nabi. Or he had an issue.
I'm not too sure. I can't see whether he's ducked in there. I haven't seen anything come up on the timing and scoring to suggest a drive-through. We got him up on screen. Looks like he's going around with Jamie Stovold. So these guys down in the 16th to 17th position. Stephen Varga actually well ahead now. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Forzan's had a bit of a moment there, because he's now dropped behind Adam Briggs, who we saw him before being ahead of. So be interesting to see what actually transpired there and what's resulted in that drop of positions.
We did a 28 on the last lap. I'm just trying to find it on my end. Unfortunately, I can't see it, but well, either way, it's not been good for El Nabi, and troublesome race for him for the Mach 1 Esports Pink team. But at least that car quite clean, and we'll be able to go to the end of the race without too many issues. Don't think it's going to be able to catch up to anyone else as well ahead of him. Yeah, maybe got the DPR Racing 1 car within sight. In fact, actually, that's going to be too far. Yeah, Barker, who's struggling a little bit for pace out there, but 8 seconds. Not going to get there in time. Lap 91. 92, apologies. 92 of the race. We've only got one more lap to go after this one. Gosh, we've barely paid any attention to our race leader. The 088 car, Cooper Webster, and the Evolution Racing Team number 88. They have been dominant. If they want some more airtime, then, well, they should have been slower. It's their fault. They should have made it a bit more tight for the top. Instead, 16 seconds ahead. This has been, yeah, pretty incredible from them. I'd say, you know, 4 hours. It's difficult to maintain a dominance and lack of errors for that amount of time, and yet this race win, apart from maybe that longer first stop, that's the only moment where this race win really looked in doubt for them. Apart from that, they've been just very assured out there, very experienced.
Yeah, it's been a really dominant display from ERT again tonight, and I mean, it's a bit of a tradition for these guys. They've really well suited, not only in the sprint round format, but the endurance type races really suit them down to a T. So they've managed to get all the boxes ticked. Great setup on the car, really solid, strong driver pairing there tonight, and the end result is a fantastic run to the line for a finish. So we are on the final lap now, and a little bit of lap traffic ahead to negotiate, which I don't think are going to put up any issues. And he's still increasing that lead over his teammate Jordan Ross at the moment.
Yeah, I haven't spoken too much about the fact that this will be a 1-2 for ERT. Some way to start off the season. Of course, fantastic for their drivers to score those points, but haven't really seen any disasters as such for the front runners. Perhaps the Mach 1 Esports pink car having a little bit of a difficult time, but even then they're kind of finished in the top 20, so certainly not too many points lost for any drivers. Some will be more happy with this race result than others, but I'm sure there's going to be no one more happy than Cooper Webster and the Evolution Racing Team number 88. Chris Robinson, very late pit stop for him, seemingly running out of fuel right at the end. That's going to lose him a few places, and also taking a while in his pit stall as well. So maybe he's got a penalty out there, perhaps. No, hasn't got a penalty, it seems. So strange that for Robinson will drop down, seemingly down to 16th place, having a very lengthy pit stop. Issues for that team right at the end. No issues though for Evolution Racing Team. Cooper Webster just negotiating the final bits of traffic, the final couple of corners, 17 seconds out in the lead. And it's going to be an absolutely perfect start for him and his teammates. Cooper Webster, James Scott, Evolution Racing Team 88, win round 1 of the AOSC Super Series. Brilliant performance from them. Never looked in doubt, as we've already said. Second place will be their teammates, Evolution Racing Team number 143, Jordan Ross, to take it across the line. Fantastic start for ERT to this season. Andrew Gillum finishes in 3rd place for Pursuit Sim Racing 1, and the top 5 will be rounded out by Zuva Racing 209 and Pursuit Sim Racing 2. So, yeah, Daniel, that was, yeah, once again, brilliant performance there from ERT, and some way to kick off the season. We've still actually got a couple of battles going on. We've got Stovald versus Mitchell. That might be worth watching. Also, we've just seen McMullen holding off Hobson right at the end. But Muggleton and Stewart and Stovald and Mitchell, very close. Stovald struggling in these closing stages, and Mitchell might be able to pull off a last corner move, perhaps. It's going to have to be the last corner.
Yeah, it'll be a really tight run down here. The guys working their way through turns 15, 16 for the final time tonight. Mitchell's maybe just dropped off a touch, and I think he's going to want to set up for that final lunge down into the bus stop chicane there. He's doing everything right that he needs to do, not tucking up too much. Going to try and get that nose in. We'll keep an eye on this, and just floats the car through a little bit of a sideways run. He's got a huge run, and I think Stovall actually might have run out of fuel there. He's opened the door up, and that's a very easy pass, and actually Stovall going off into the wall, so not sure what's happened to him there, but that will promote Bill Mitchell up a position to come home in the 17th spot.
Yeah, we'll lose out another position then to Robinson, who, with that late pit stop, 34-second pit stop as well. Right at the end, that's very strange, because he didn't exceed the instance. Yeah, odd circumstance there. Stewart, who was in a battle, no longer in a battle. I think Muggleton made a mistake right at the end. Maybe a few drivers struggling with fuel towards the end of this race. But yeah, as Stewart crossed the line, I don't know what's going on with Stewart. Here he comes. He hasn't done the checker flag yet. He will be the penultimate driver across the line. In fact, yeah, and then Muggleton, the only other driver who is absolutely cruising. Maybe these guys just want some screen time. Can't blame them too much. Or maybe they are genuinely struggling with fuel. Or struggling with instance, perhaps. Not quite sure. But here comes Matt Muggleton to cross the line. In terms of Stovall, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe just ran out of fuel, as you were saying, Daniel. So the final results, then I believe we can go through, because I think all the drivers have crossed the line. And yes, we can go through the final results. And of course, winning out in dominant fashion is Evolution Racing Team 088, 17.1 seconds ahead of Evolution Racing Team 143. There's Pursuit Sim Racing 1 in third, rounding out the podium. Azuba Racing, brilliant pace by them throughout, in fourth. And then Pursuit Sim Racing holding up Premier Racing Team and Synergy Sim Racing. There's Evolution Racing Team 27, Mach 1 Esports Green, and then EXG Motorsports Silver rounding out the top 10. Then there was KRF, the driver's seat. Evolution Racing Team number 26, DPR Racing 1, Mach 1 Esports Yellow, Mach 1 Esports Pink, Tanked SRT T1, Pulse Racing Team Blue, finishing in 17th place. There's Mach 1 Esports Blue, High Torque Racing, Synergy Sim Racing 2, Team Hyperdrive 111, PRA 969, Pursuit Sim Racing 3, Delta Force Racing, finishing in 24th place. And then the teams who were one lap down, Middle Finger Racing 54, Fishing Motorsports in 26th place. Then it was Injectors Online Racing, SSF Penrite Racing 747, PRA 37, Bureau Repairs RRT 157. Right, Sim Racing, RRT LeBlanc 031. Middle Finger Racing number 17. Reaper Sim Racing, GRM Enduro number 1. PRA 029. Middle Finger Racing number 66 in 37th. There's EXG Motorsports 27 blue. Pulse Racing Team Yellow, Middle Finger Racing 019, Team 88, Abstuned DC Shades, Tanks SRTT2, Synergy Sim Racing 1, SSF Penrite Racing 054, and then the proper retirees, the majority of these drivers didn't make it to the finish with DPR Racing 2, BRM Sim Sports Combi, Middle Finger Racing 555, and then Middle Finger Racing 97. By the way, not to make the 97 car feel sad, but the safety car did beat the Middle Finger Racing team. Completed 9 laps, I believe, did the safety car. In the end, 3 different safety cars. Very good job from the drivers on the most part. By the way, the clean driver of the race, Safe Driver Award. There you go. That's what it's called. He was Joe McKnight. He was $10 from Night Rider Designs, and of course, I do recommend checking out Night Rider Designs. I believe deliveries for different teams. So you know that's would certainly be a good investment as well from you. So we'll have an interview with some of the drivers, hopefully. And we're not short on drivers. So we will have a chat first off with our race winners. Cooper Webster and James Scott. Congratulations, guys. First off, James, I believe you started off the race, and was there any tension perhaps before a 4-hour race before this new season?
Yeah, definitely. I hadn't really done a lap all day, to be honest. I was up the coast all day, and just come back and did about 2 laps at the end of qualifying there to get ready for the race. And yeah, luckily I kept it on the black stuff in the opening stint. I knew we had a good set. Worked on it a fair bit during the week with Cooper, obviously, and yeah, held up well.
I mean, your qualifying time as well was really strong. Whilst we were seeing kind of half a tenth between each car, so you guys managed to do about 0.3 of a second on everyone else. That was that a surprise to you at all? Because that was a pretty decent margin.
Yeah, thank you. I was mainly practicing on race fuel coming up to that, and I knew I had quite a bit left in the car to go quicker, and it was a bit of a surprise to me, but I just got the lap better than I thought I could, and yeah, the margin was bigger than I realized, and I was really happy with that.
And in terms of the safety cars out there, was there any kind of questions from you guys whether or not to pit? Because on the most part, it seemed like you made the right decisions throughout because you managed to, always stay relatively close to the lead, if not in the lead. You must be quite pleased with your strategy calls today.
Yeah, some of the strategy calls were pretty late. Like we were coming around the second last corner, and we were still deciding. But yeah, most of our decisions were spot on, and that was thanks to James's work there with the strategy. But yeah, it all worked out pretty well in the end.
And I mean, looking forward to the rest of the season, really only one aim for you two guys. I guess it's to win the title. I mean, how do you feel about that? Have you? I'm not totally familiar with the season, so I mean, how have you got much experience in the championship before? And do you think this is perhaps your season to take it all?
Well, yeah, it's definitely a long season. Requires plenty of commitment to do it, but we'll definitely give it a good.
Absolutely, and of course, Brands Hatch next time out. I mean, if you can be strong in qualifying around there, that's also going to be quite useful. I mean, have you got much experience around there? Have you taken this supercar to that track yet?
Personally, I've never raced at Brands Hatch in this V8. So it'll be an eye opener to see what this car's like around there. New experience, but I don't know about James. I don't know if you've run there.
I've definitely haven't ran the supercar, even like the new one or the old one, for a fair while, to be honest. So we definitely a learning experience for me. That
Definitely. Well, we wish you the best of luck, of course. And before we let you go, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Jamie and Brenton's hard work in our Evolution Racing team, Logitech Gaming for their support, West End Mazda, Easy Finance, and yeah, thanks to everyone's teamwork in the team for building setups and working together.
Awesome. Thanks for having a chat with us, guys. And yeah, best of luck for Brands Hatch next week.
Thank you very much.
thanks, guys.
So that was Cooper Webster and, of course, his teammate James Scott having a chat with us, the race winners from today. And I believe Daniel is with our next interviewees.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Congratulations to both Jordan Ross, Kyle Stokes, coming home second in the ERT 143. Great result, boys. Long time since we last spoke, but you guys put on a fantastic show tonight, and the car looking very, very strong.
Yeah, it has been. Welcome back. Yeah, we that last stint with Gilliam right there was just was crazy. So I worked up a sweat and ready for bed now.
Yeah, well, it looks like the field's really come a long way in the last few years since I've seen the series. And looking at the guys from Pursuit, I mean, they gave you guys a really good run for your money. How did you find over the course of the long run with the constant pressure being applied from them, how was the car feeling over the course of that run? Were there any issues with tyre life or any particular corners throughout the course of the track you guys were having to be really cautious on to make sure that no little slip-ups sort of come into the strategy?
We were good over Rouge, and well, we had good tyre life. We probably weren't as blisteringly quick at the start of the stint, but we had good tyre life. So when that last safety car came out, we were actually praying for it to stay green. Then we thought we had the pacing of Loxton. But the main area where we got a lot of off tracks was the final right hander coming onto the back straight. We just couldn't get the car through there cleanly. But yeah, in the end, we were able to gap Gilliam and put a second or two on him at the end with our tyre life.
Yeah, and for yourself, Kyle, how did you find it? Obviously, off the start of the line, you guys, I think saw you drop a couple of positions early on. Obviously, there's no winners on lap one, but for yourself out there, mate, how did you find?
Things weren't too bad. Like you said, I just wanted to keep it clean off the start, get the car in a good position, strong to set it up for Jordan for the end. I struggled a little bit at the start, just a little bit of rotation of the car, but further on in the race, it was pretty much right. It come back to us, so pretty happy with that.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I mean, looking forward, obviously, we've got another 5 endurance rounds to go, so we're likely to potentially see you guys still paired together next week. The first of the 150s for the 2020 championship out to Brands Hatch. How are you feeling about that? And is there anything you might be able to take as far as car setups or some changes you could potentially make to get you guys up on the podium again for the next round?
We'll just put it down to testing again, see what we can come up with. Brands Hatch is not too bad of a track, nice flowy sort of a track, so it'll be right. We'll put our head down and try to get another podium.
Fantastic, guys. Well, look, before we let you go and enjoy the win with your teammates and enjoy second, you guys taking first and second. Is there anyone you guys like to give a shout out and thanks to for helping you out?
A lot of thanks to Logitech G, Too Easy Finance, West End Mazda, and all the boys at ERT for all their help.
Fantastic, guys. Well, again, congratulations on second place tonight. Well deserved, and hopefully we will see you guys up on the podium throughout the course of the season.
Thanks,
Not
guys.
a problem, mate.
So that was our second place team, then Evolution Racing Team 143. And next up, we can have a chat with our third place team, Pursuit Sim Racing 1. Congratulations, guys, Andy and Mike. Yeah, I mean, started second place, finished third. You must be really pleased with that points haul for today's racing.
Yeah, it's a great way to start off the season. Good points haul. Always good to have a podium as well.
In terms of that last pit stop, I think it was Andy who was taking the last stint. I mean, you guys pitted maybe one lap after, I think, the 143 car. Would you say that was the perfect strategy, or perhaps do you regret maybe going a little bit further, or perhaps undercutting them for second place?
Would have really liked to have gone further, but we were under pressure from the cars behind, didn't want to get undercut by them, and also had a lot of lap traffic that were coming up to when we went in the pits.
Yeah, certainly still yielded a podium finish. So very impressive. How were the tyres out there? I mean, were you particularly tyre limited out there? Were you ever thinking maybe go for a slightly earlier pit stop, or was it mainly dictated by fuel, the strategy today?
All of our strategy was dictated really like with track position and fuel, and we tried to line up where we would come out of the pits with regards to the traffic as well. Tyre life, like obviously I would have loved to have had more tyre life. Tyre life was just plummeting. It was so hard to drive towards the end then, but yeah, we based everything off fuel and track position strategy.
The track was quite cool out there today, considering that, it's an afternoon session, or at least early afternoon session. High 20s, the track temperature. Was that kind of what you were expecting, or were you practicing in slightly different conditions?
We were practicing in pretty cold conditions, but yeah, I think it was a bit of a get out of jail free card having that cooler track because I don't think we quite had the set right today. We should have had a little bit more tyre life than we had, but we were making adjustments too late. But that's what you get when you don't practice early.
Of course, going into Brands Hatch now, 1 week to practice for that event, the first sprint round of the season. Would you say that you guys kind of prefer the sprint rounds, or are you more enduro specialists?
I would say coming off the back of an endurance championship, I like to think we're endurance specialists at the moment, but we've both gotten cracking results in the sprint series as well. So yeah, we love to race both events.
We certainly wish you the best of luck for next time out. Is there any shout outs you'd like to give to any of your sponsors or anyone who helps you out?
Love to give a massive shout out to Track Racer and MXTV for their support. Thank you very much, guys.
And thank you guys for coming on board with AOSC. It's a great series and it's great to have you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Best of luck for Brands Hatch, and it's been great to talk to you.
Cool. Thank you very
Thank you.
much, guys. See you next week.
So that was our third place team, of course, Pursuit Sim Racing 1. Daniel, I think we have maybe a couple more interviews to go.
Yeah, we've got a couple more guys. We'll bring up Ruben and Job, the boys from PRS number 3. You guys, welcome aboard. You guys had a fantastic run out this night. A little bit of a few penalties maybe towards the back end of the race, which maybe didn't help, but you guys were up towards the pointy end of the race all night long, so a really good showing. How was it?
Oh, well, we went pretty well early on, to be honest. We looked like we were pretty comfortably in the top 10, but unfortunately, I don't know, lap 45 or something like that, I made a unfortunate error, had contact with another car, and then, yeah, we just went downhill from there after the penalty, so.
That's a bit of a shame, mate. What was I can't remember what the penalty was actually for. Was it a bit of an off track there, or was it a points penalty for?
Yeah, so we had a penalty for causing collision first off, because on the cold tyres, I made a genuine mistake, went onto the grass, and unfortunately ended up collecting another car on my way out. And then from there, obviously collected quite a few incident points from that. So then we got wiped up with the good old incident penalty, which is, I don't know, it's difficult, but stuff happens, you know.
Yeah, that's it, mate. But obviously, moving our attention on, we've just knocked over the first 650 race for the year. Next week, off to Brands Hatch for the first of the sprint rounds. How are you looking forward to?
Oh, I think Brands Hatch is a fabulous track, and I'm definitely looking forward to me and Joe hopefully have another run around there. Hopefully, maybe scoring a top 10 this time, having a bit of a better night.
Fantastic, mate. Well, look, hopefully we'll see you guys bounce back after tonight's events, and certainly look forward to seeing a strong shine from you guys back out again next week at Brands Hatch. Before we let you go, was there anyone you guys would like to give a shout out and a thanks?
Yeah, for sure. Massive thanks to the boys at Pursuit Sim Racing. Main one goes to Mike. He puts a lot of effort behind the scenes, and yeah, it's just brilliant. Definitely, the team wouldn't be where it is without him. So it's got to put my arms out to Mike. He's brilliant. So
fantastic, mate. Well, again, thanks a lot for jumping up. Unfortunate end to the night tonight, but both yourself and Stuart put on a fantastic run, and we look forward to definitely seeing what you guys are capable of throughout the course of the
yeah, awesome. Thanks, mate.
So that was our that was our final team to talk to. I don't think we've got any other interviews. So I think that's almost rounds us off. But Daniel, I mean, what a start to the season. That was a really good introduction to the championship. A few people certainly tuning in who perhaps aren't too familiar with it. And yeah, that was exciting for our race strategy involved. We had some really tight racing and mega battles all the way down the field. And I mean, to have still 45 cars going near the end, we certainly weren't short on stuff to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. I think we saw a fantastic race tonight for all the teams and drivers that turned up and put on the show. They did a fantastic job. Obviously, congratulations to the top 3 teams for their results. They were the class of the field. There's a few drivers out there, no doubt, wishing what could have potentially been. I know the likes of Forzone will be wishing they maybe could have been up a little bit further towards the point end, but no doubt we'll see them shine through towards the back end. We know they're a quality driver pairing from past championships, so look forward to that. But all in all, I think it was a great start to the start of the season. Fantastic support from all the guys in race control. Great to have the safety car go out there, and good to see all the guys really respect what it is and put on a fantastic running.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks to, of course, all the sponsors for the series, which, of course, make this fantastic championship possible. So, Acuta and all the, and Moats and Sim Sports, Night Rider Designs, Sam Blacklock Media, and, of course, Race Management Service as well. Thanks to all those guys for making the championship possible. Of course, we'll be back next Friday for the next round of the season, a little bit later. Will be a couple of hours later than this one kicked off. So I believe that will be 10:45 GMT. That one will kick off. But of course, do you subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network to get plenty more action on from iRacing involving plenty of different cars. Certainly do check it out. And also, if you have enjoyed this broadcast, give a check out Apex Racing TV as well for many similar broadcasts as well. But for now, from me, from Daniel, and from Scott, we'll say goodbye, and we'll see you next time.